Hello and welcome everyone to the day 2 of Technology Conclave here at Pencils and Pistons. For all of those who joined us yesterday, I'm saying welcome back. And those who are joining us for the first time today in this weekend, welcome to the day 2 of Technology Conclave. We are the people who like starting on time and finishing on time. So we'll just get started. You can always join in and drop out at any time since it's a long 5-hour long conference. We are recording it for your convenience and putting it on YouTube. You can be live on the session if you want to ask questions throughout. So without any further delays, I want to get started for the day. For the benefit of those who are new to the Pencils and Pistons community, allow me to introduce what this community does. We are a co-working and learning community for all the change makers in the heavy industry. Our objective is to come together to learn through a peer learning model, and that's exactly why we are here. We want to get mentored by the best in the industry and create next generation leaders in our industry. And we are obviously on the way to the fourth industrial revolution, so we need it more than ever. And we had a lot of discussion about this yesterday. The intention is to bring together men and women like you and me and create a very safe space so that we can upskill, create role models as well as allies for a more inclusive workplace. So you're welcome to be a part of this career advancement community and get access to the curated content, events, and mentors from across 4 focus areas, which are innovation, sustainability, diversity, and technology. And we are here today for the first conference for the year, Technology Conclave, Day 2. Since we talked about the fact that sustainability is one of our pillars of, next generation leadership, we want to get kickstart today's day with a session by International Supply Chain Education Alliance by Madison DeSilva. She'll be introducing you to one of the newest certifications, which I got certified as also at the beginning of this year, a CISSP. So allow me to introduce Madison here. So Madison is the current Director of Strategic Partnerships for the International Supply Chain Education Alliance. She's also the Interim Program Director for the Certified Sustainable Supply Chain Professional Program. She graduated from UCLA with a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science. Her focus on sustainability has allowed her to connect her role at ISKIA to her passion for the environment. Her expertise in sustainability is in value chains and project management. We are really glad to have you here, Madison. Uh, Over to you to give us an idea about this program.
Thank you so much, Rashmeet, for having me. It's a privilege to be here today. And just want to make sure you guys can hear me before I keep going. Yep, okay. It really is a privilege to be here. I think it is amazing what you guys do with this community. And I'm very excited to get to, just speak to you guys for a few minutes here and kick off day 2. From what I've heard, day 1 was a great success. And I had no doubt about that. And I'm really excited for the speakers. The lineup here is great. And thank you, Rashmeet, for having me again and allowing me to talk to your community. Rashmi is one of the global ambassadors actually for ISCEA. So I get to work with her pretty closely and she is phenomenal. She is so intelligent and really, really grateful to have her on my team. So I guess today I wanted to just talk about what ISCEA is. And like Rashmi said, a certification that we are currently, is really active in our community. Like she said, sustainability is a really big topic right now worldwide for all supply chains, for all business. There really is no separation anymore between sustainability and any other sector, being technology, supply chain, whatever that may be, whatever your passion is. I'm sure you're finding that sustainability is becoming more and more popular. Like she said, I graduated from UCLA, so my expertise is in environmental science and sustainability. So this has allowed me to really combine my passion for both supply chain and things like the circular economy. So I'm really excited to be here to talk to you guys today about how you guys can get involved. And if you are passionate or would like to become passionate in supply chain or sustainability, this might be a course or certification that you would like to engage in. So I'll give you guys a little brief introduction about what ISCEA is, and then go on to what the certification course is and what it might be able to do for you. So ISCEA is a global certification, education, networking alliance. We offer certifications and events, conferences, connections in many, many areas of supply chain, whether that be sustainable or just certified supply chain analysts. If you go to our website, you'll see we offer so many different courses in countries around the world. We continue to expand our network every day. And we also do things such as consulting with our consulting arm, IGBS. So it really does have a really great reach. And through this alliance, we were able to kickstart this certification at a time that we really do need it, because we only have one planet, so many supply chains, but only one planet. So we all really need to focus on this topic. So I'll move forward into what the CISSP is. Stands for Certified Sustainable Supply Chain Professional. And just to give you guys an idea, last year we had our SC Tech Conference and Expo, which stands for Supply Chain Technology Conference and Expo. Our next one is coming up in October. So if you're interested in technology, which I'm sure you guys are, definitely look into that. We have a great speaker lineup coming to that as well. But last year, the topic of sustainability was really, really popular. And almost every conversation or every networking event, someone had brought up, you know, in this pandemic, how are we going to make sure that we rebuild our supply chains in the correct way? Or how can we make sure that in future pandemics or future times of, you know, uncertainty, how can we make sure that our supply chains don't collapse? They don't see these same issues happening. And that's where we realize supply chain and sustainability are no longer, you know, exclusive. They depend on each other. And for you to be able to have a really great, strong supply chain, you need it to be sustainable. And that's where our contacts and our, you know, professors we work with, our business professionals said, let's get together, let's create this certification because it's relevant, it's needed, and there's nothing really like it right now. And we want to do something to help push supply chains to be more sustainable. So moving on, the CISSP, if you are interested, has two levels. The first level being a traditional course, whether that be you take it online, lecture style with an online professor, and then you take the exam online, or, you know, post-pandemic, or when conditions get a little bit better, we'll start to offer this course and exam in person again. But for now, the first level would be a course and exam. And I'll give you guys more details on exactly what the course is and the exam coming up, but just for now, just to give you guys a breakdown. And then level 2 is my favorite part. I'm sure Rashmi would agree. It is the sustainability project. This is something where you get to take your learning from the course and actually put your knowledge in practice. So you get to do real life change. You get to show the world that you're educated on this topic, that you're able to make change, that you are, you know, you really are a leader in this. You are showing the world that, you know what, hey, I know what sustainability is, and I'm not going to sit here in the back seat. I'm going to sit in the driver's seat, and we're going to transform these supply chains. And that's what level 2 is. Okay, moving on here. Just wanted to show you guys, I'm not going to bore you guys and read through all of this text, but we have various program contributors and we have various inspirations from global ambassadors around the world. Some of them being, like Rashmi, our own global ambassadors. Miss Ogbo is one of our global ambassadors, and you know, she was very transformative in this course. And then we also have different influences from the UN that really inspired this course. But talking directly, our program contributors, meaning those that directly authored the course, you can see come from various different backgrounds. And that being said, we are able to create an interdisciplinary course where it's not just created by a list of professors. It's not just business professionals. You see that this course was created by a speaker of this conference, Dr. Justin Goldston. He is one of the contributors. He is a professor of supply chain, but then we also have people such as Mr. Michael Jonas, who is from the Boston Consulting Group in Germany. So you'll see that, like sustainability, this course is also interdisciplinary, and it allows almost anyone in any industry, any expertise level to, you know, take this course and take something valuable from it, which was something that we've always had in mind. Just to give you guys a general overview of what is this course about? You know, you're interested in sustainability, you're interested in supply chain, but you're like, not sure if this course is for me. Just to share a few quick things, you know, this course at its core is supply chain. So you'll see the topics that I'm going to share are all supply chain course topics. However, what we do is we supplement those topics with sustainability. So every topic we talk about how you can make that part of your supply chain sustainable. We really want to show that you can actually maximize your supply chain efficiency by being sustainable. A lot of times that thinking was, you know, not the case. It's very, you know, new school to have that thinking. But we want to show that, you know, if you want your supply chain to last 10, 20 years, you need it to be sustainable. You can't have these quick fixes. Maybe in the short run, you're saving a little bit of, you know, expenses, but long term, you're not going to make those same profits or see that same success. We have one planet. So if you want your supply chain to last, it better be sustainable. Just something unique about the course is, like I said, we really support the UN. And if you guys are familiar with the UN SDGs, they're basically talking about 17 goals for a more sustainable future by 2030. And this course was created to support that. Throughout the course, we talk about different goals that this course is directly aligning with. And it shows, you know, how you can, if you are pledging to the SDGs or you're interested in them, how you can actually work towards supporting them, which is really interesting to me because it is such a great cause and it's something recognized around the world. On the screen here, you can just see some topics from the course. You know, it's broken down into 4 main groups, and this course is taught over 24 hours. Typically, it's 4 hours for 8 sessions. But if you take it online, recorded, you know, that's up to your discretion, how you break it up. But these are the topics. You'll see, like I said, everything is supply chain on here: sourcing, purchasing, manufacturing, you know, basics. However, what you don't see is the most important things. Every topic here is supplemented with that sustainable practice. So, for example, what enabling tools can you integrate into your supply chain to make your tools sustainable? What are sustainable enabling tools? That's how our course is set up. So it's very interesting. It's something that, you know, we're very excited about, and everyone that's taken the course has found it very unique so far. So it's really great that we're having this type of conversation and we can build a course around this. Just like I said, I wanted to give you guys a little bit more detail on the 2 levels, because that's always a question we get, is like, what do you have to do both levels? If I only really want to do the project, or I only really want to do the certificate, the exam, what can I do either, or do I have to do both? Well, to talk to that point, level 1, like I said, exam and course, you know, you have to get 70% to pass, and that is the start of you having that certification in your name, CISSP. That's where you get the title of being a certificate holder. Of course, some people don't really care about that, and they just want to, you know, be able to put sustainability into practice. Great, then, you know, you can just engage in the project. But a lot of people will take the first level and then they move on to the second level, which Rashmi is moving on to currently. So she is certified. She passed the exam. It's a, you know, huge accomplishment. And we're very excited to have her in one of the, you know, first groups of certificate holders worldwide. And so, like I said, the sustainability project is a way to obtain what we say the full CISSP certification. You're going to apply what you've learned into a real world, you know, initiative, something like that. And you have 6 months to submit this project, work on it, and then present it in front of an ISCA expert panel. So those are the 2 levels. And like I said, the project's optional. You don't have to do the project, but ISCA created this course with the project being the most important part. So it's kind of ironic that it's optional, but we think it's the most important because, you know, education is one thing, but if you're not going to act on it, and I'm sure you guys here will all agree with me, your education is only as strong as your actions. You can hold all the knowledge in your brain. You can sit there every day and think about it yourself. But if you're not inspiring other people, you're not actually making change. It's almost, it's not helping anyone. I mean, your brain is moving and it's amazing that you know all these things, but it's time that we put them into practice and we inspire others to also learn these technologies. Who can participate in the projects? Like I said, certificate holders such as Rashmeet who have done level 1, but also you only need one certificate holder to actually launch the project. So Rashmeet could, ask 5 or 10 of you guys to join her in her project, and you guys might not have taken the course yet, but since she's on your team, you're able to engage with her and work on that. And then if you are interested later on in getting the certification, you can always go back and complete level 1. What should your project be about? Like I said, it's open to you. It's about your passion. It's about how you want to transform sustainable supply chain. You're able to, if you work for a company, like most of you do, you can do something to help your company work on their sustainability initiatives. And that has even led to people, getting additional recognition from upper management and really becoming a leader in their company outside of their day-to-day role, which is really, really, something unique that you have the opportunity to do. You can also do it on an individual basis. For example, I've been involved in sustainability projects. I worked on value chains of ebony trees in Cameroon, Africa, and that was through UCLA. And so if you don't, for example, I was a student then, so I didn't have a job per se. So that would allow me to, do something for a company. So you can do something in that nature and, do it with a team. These are the SDGs that I've talked about that our course supports. These are what the UN lays out as 17 goals. And like I said, our course is in support and recognition of these. We really want to push everyone in the industry to work towards these by 2030. And you'll see that throughout our course. I'll show a few example slides of what you'll see in the course. We actually supplement our slides and put the small logos on the slides that apply to the SDG. So you'll see that, maybe one enabling tool targets goal number 11, 8, and 7, and we would put those small pictures on the slide so you know exactly what goals each topic is supporting. This is an example of that I wanted to use to inspire you guys. You might be familiar with DHL. They are a global leader in supply chain and sustainability. This is their CEO, and this is their sustainability report. The CISSP course actually has appendices where we include some sustainability reports that we pull examples and ideas from. But this is something where you can either, if you were an employee of DHL and you've taken the course, you could add on to what they've reported here. You could, see what they're doing in their report and say, wow, we're doing great. We're touching upon 4, 8, 13, and 7 of the UN SDGs, but how can we add, say, number 3? And that would be a project that you could actually help your company become more sustainable. Or you don't work for DHL, but you've looked at their report and you're inspired by it. You can maybe launch some of what they're doing in your own company or in your own life. And that would be a great way to actually put sustainability into practice. So don't hesitate. We're all on one planet. So let's share and let's, learn from each other, see what other, global leaders are doing and implement those solutions into our supply chains. There's no need to, be the first, work with each other, talk to each other, talk to people who are on these sustainable initiatives at other companies, see what they're doing and try to implement that. It's not, once you start, I promise it's really easy to get it going. There's really not much backlash or hesitation anymore about sustainability. All the global leaders are participating, so there's no better time to learn about it, to put it into action. So I really urge you guys to take what I'm showing here and really, really go for it and become a leader. One thing that's really exciting I'd like to share with you guys is the ability for you to actually win the ISCA Sustainability Project Recognition. Automatically, if you participate in the project 2 or the level 2 of the certification, the project, you'll be entered to win this award. Obviously, these photos show that our technology conference was once in person prior to the pandemic, and we were hoping that it will be like that in the near future. But as of right now, it's October 4th through the 7th. virtually, with some potential to have networking events around the world in our different countries of operation. But we will still find a way to recognize you guys and award this. We're really excited to be able to highlight a few great projects. So assuming Rashmeet has finished her project by then, hopefully it will be 6 months out from her certification, she will be entered, to win this sustainability award. So one of your own might actually be the next winner. So that's very exciting and something, to help you guys, inspire you to really make something creative or make a change. This slide will go on. Perfect. So I know you guys are all very interested in technology, so I wanted to pull a few different things from the course that I thought you might be interested in. So like I was saying, this is our enabling tool from our enabling tools chapter. And this is kind of what you'd see when you take the course. You'll see the topic. So the supply chain topic here of importance is enabling tools. And then you'll see we talk about sustainable enabling tools. You see it touches upon UN SDGs 9, 12, 14, and 15. And we're talking about technologies that really have been, unique, or we hope that will inspire you to implement these type of solutions. So this is an example of a machine that is juicing oranges. It's very funny. I know at first you're like, what is this? But as you look into it, you see that this process is something that might be transformative of the industry. It's a circular economy, which is meaning, minimal waste, maximum efficiency, closed loop, your inputs and your outputs all one. There's no linear supply chain anymore. And that's what we want to work towards, reducing that waste, making what was waste an input. So you'll see the oranges go through this process. The machine will squeeze and juice the pulp and, all of what you'd want to drink. And actually this machine is able to then make the actual cup to serve the juice in out of the peels. So that way, it's, from the peel to the juice to the cup, everything is from the orange, and you no longer have any waste. You don't have the peel waste. You don't have anything to compost. Composting is great, but also you still generate some waste in that, because you have to let the compost over time will, develop its nutrients. But this juicer takes every part of the orange and finds a purpose for it all. So you might not all be juicing oranges. I understand that. But the hope is with this example, you find a way from whatever you're using or whatever your product is to find a use for all parts of the inputs, all parts of your product. And another example here of enabling tools and technology becoming more sustainable is the use of drones. Drones are very, very common these days. They're, used by a lot of different companies. However, I want to urge that we talk about drones because there's so many different solutions that these technologies can actually help with. For example, getting to dangerous terrains or remote areas, last mile delivery solutions. We're not having, for example, instead of actually sending someone driving a truck to deliver a certain supply, you are reducing your carbon footprint using a drone. If you can sit in your house and fly that drone without any fossil fuels to drop off that package. So really be creative. Think about how we can use technology to make our practices more sustainable. You can use drones in the warehouse to track supply. You really can use drones for a lot of different things. So it's time that we're creative. And this would be an example maybe of a project you could launch, utilizing drones in the supply chain you're currently working on, or thinking of a new way that drones could enhance supply chain. And like I said, again, you'll see the UN SDGs on this side. So okay, that's the goals we're targeting with the use of drones. And I just want to highlight a few different, recognition of CISSP in our community. You'll see 2 different posts on LinkedIn. I just pulled these from searching CISSP on LinkedIn. These popped up. So if you're interested in seeing who's a certificate holder, who's talking about this, who's engaging in this community, type in CISSP on Google, on LinkedIn, you'll see various posts and videos, interviews pop up. Here you have 2 posts, one from Muhammad Samir. he, passed the course. So congratulations to him. He works for LG. And then you have Sofia Rivas Herrera. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, Sofia. She's also a global ambassador. Good friend of Rashmi. I think they've gotten the chance to work together now. And Sofia is also speaking at this conference. So very excited. She's everywhere. She's brilliant. She's also CISSP. But you see that these people have very different backgrounds. So that's what I want to stress here is that any profession, any industry, any level of professional, any age, any person can take this course if you're passionate about sustainability. If you have a basis in supply chain or business or planning, whatever it may be, you don't think this course applies to you, that's just not correct. You'll find a way to make this course applicable, relevant, I promise. If you have any hesitation, reach out to me and I can show you something that you connect with in the course. This is like a few of my last slides here. I just want to invite you guys all to come to the Sustainable Supply Chain Pledge Day. This is a virtual event, free to attend, very informal, just a way to, meet some of our global ambassadors, as well as if you're interested in becoming a global ambassador, you can talk to us then about that. But we want to just all connect online in a time of, urgency where sustainability is so important. And we're going to sign a virtual pledge that we, in our careers and our personal lives, pledge to become more sustainable and, show the importance of that. So please, consider coming to this. It's on April 24th from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern time. I know you guys are in India, so the timing might be a little bit different, but I'm in the United States. So for me, that is a great time. And then this is another example of something that we do. We host International Days of Certification. And so this one coming up is for everyone who signed to the Fashion Pact, which are textile and fashion companies that are working on transforming their supply chain. So if you're in a certain sector and you'd like to set up a certain day, let us know and we'd be happy to host an event on behalf of you guys. For example, we could do a Sustainable Supply Chain Day of Technology and host, all technology companies, which would be great. So that is kind of all I had for you guys today. I want to say thank you to Rashmi for letting me speak, taking a little bit of your time to talk about the course and hopefully inspire you guys to engage in it and, take up these sustainable practices. I know you guys are all involved in technology. So, and a lot of technology is sustainable, but let's work together to make it more sustainable. There's always ways to improve. And I really hope to speak to you guys soon. Feel free to reach out. I'll let Rashmi circulate my contact. Always happy to jump on a call or an email chain and discuss this with you guys. Thank you again, Rashmi, and I hope to see all of you guys being CISSP certificate holders in the near future.
Perfect. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Madison. It's been a very, very exciting journey. I started my year with CISSP certification and it's absolutely on point, and it's a very unique one because everybody talks about sustainability on a very high level bird's eye view, but then the certification comes and kind of blows your mind because it drills down to the every element of the value chain and talks about it. So there's a reason I'm an ambassador for the same, because I believe in it and I've started and I'm looking forward to the project and level 2 for the same. So thank you for your time. I know it's a very different time zone for you and super early for you. Thank you so much for taking your time and being here with us starting day 2.
It was a pleasure. Thank you guys so much. All the best with day 2 of the conference. And thank you for having me.
Amazing. So thank you for that, Madison. And for others who are just here with us, we will be starting with the first session of our discussion of our day 2. For the same, I see that the panelists for the Thought Leaders Huddle are all on. So I request all the panelists to turn their videos on and allow me to introduce them to you. So the topic for today's first Thought Leaders Huddle for the day is need for cognitive diversity in technology. So what exactly is cognitive diversity? Just to set the conversation tone, cognitive diversity is the inclusion of people who have different styles of problem thinking and can offer unique perspectives because they think differently. It's as simple as that. But it also plays an integral role in opening up your organization to new perspective. It helps make employees feel more valued while also driving the business bottom line within the outside the box idea. So after yesterday's discussion, we know the importance of innovation, different thinking, and putting new opinions on the table. And today's discussion is centered and taking cue from yesterday's discussion. So having said that, let me introduce our moderator and the panelists for the day. This panel discussion is in partnership with the Star and Me, and the moderator for this discussion is Uma Kasoji, who is the co-founder of the Star and Me. She's a board member of IM Cozico. After a career spanning 17 years in strategy consulting with companies like GE Capital, UBS, Infosys, and Cognizant, she decided to turn into an entrepreneur. She has advised C-suite leaders in various industries across 5 continents. She is a voracious reader and often blogs about career growth and professional life. And I could not have thought of a better partner and supporter and an ambassador for women and cognitive diversity particularly. We'll hit that element today. So welcome, Uma, for this session, and thank you for allowing us to curate the session in partnership with the Star and Me.
Thanks, Rashmi. It's lovely to be here.
Amazing. So before she takes on as the moderator, allow me to introduce to you our panelists for the huddle. So the first panelist for the day is Jennifer. Jennifer is a mathematician who became a cybersecurity engineer, and she has been working in the field since 2014. She was awarded a Fulbright grant to study quantum cryptography in Denmark during the academic year of 2011 and 2012. She's passionate about STEM education among K-12 kids and has volunteered to coach kids for elementary science field day, science Olympiads, robotic competitions. Jennifer has been involved with the Lean In movement started by the Sheryl Sandberg Lean In, Women Work and the Will to Lead, and has been a circle leader for the San Diego Women in Tech Circle for almost 3 years. Through the Lean In movement, she helps raise awareness of gender inequality and encourages women to speak up and provide a safe space for them to be unapologetically ambitious. She joined the Women in Cybersecurity Professional Organization in September 2019 and has officially founded the local San Diego affiliate in August 2020. And her involvement with the San Diego Country Engineering Council gives her an opportunity to promote cybersecurity as an engineering field amongst other principles. So thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us today. We are happy to have you here on the panel.
Excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have with us is Chandresh Natu. He has 24 years of experience in corporate real estate, spend management, and project management. He has worked with industry leaders like Magnum Group of Companies, Tata Teleservices, and Nortel. He currently works with Wipro as a practice head. And for the last 13 years, he has been through M&A, joined with Lewis, Aon, Allied Solutions, and now with Wipro since September 2018. He's a civil engineer with a postgraduate degree in construction management, and he holds an MBA from the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and is a certified Lean Six Sigma practitioner. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time today and being on this panel with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Amazing. Looking forward to hear from you. Next, we have with us another thought leader who I've known for many years now, Preethi Guruswamy. With over 22 years of experience in the software industry, Preethi is an engineering leader. She's passionate about customer benefits, great design, and business results. With experience at companies like Informatica, Oracle, and CGI to her name, she's currently at Intuit, where she leads new software development and grows established products. At Intuit, she leads the Tech Women Intuit for India side. She has a depth of technical expertise in enterprise, cloud solutions, real-time streaming, database design, and big data product. She also enjoys coaching, mentoring, and growing ambitious female leaders across the industry and geography. And she has built various tech companies like Hexagon UX and Lean In Communities. She's the founder and regional leader for award-winning network, Lean In Women in Tech India. With over 4,000 women members, it's one of the fastest growing of its kind in India. She's led the group's success and received the 2018 Leaning People First Award in 2020. And she was nominated as a role model from India for Technology Player Maker Awards by Bookings.com. She's also an advisor for the NGO Spandana, which works for supporting the rural and government education system in and around Bangalore. Thank you, Preethi, for joining us today. We are honored to have you here on the panel.
Thank you, Rashmi and Uma, for having me here. And nice to see you, Jennifer, once again. Thank you.
Perfect. Amazing. So, Uma, I have introduced everyone. The table is all yours for this amazing huddle.
Thanks, Rashmi. Welcome everyone to this extremely interesting session. We've heard about diversity in all forms and shapes, but cognitive diversity is something that is not often talked about, but is extremely important. In fact, in my consulting career, when I used to solve problems for clients across the world, I used to ensure that I have people with different thinking styles in the team. In fact, research has shown that you take two teams, one with diverse individuals with diverse backgrounds, thinking styles, etc., and you take a team with absolutely similar individuals. Guess who would solve problems faster and better? No points for guessing that, though. So cognitive diversity plays an extremely important role, especially in the current exponentially changing digital era that we live in, because the pace at which industry is evolving, the pace at which industries are getting disrupted, one needs to literally think on their feet, come up with innovative solutions and so on. And here is where cognitive diversity comes into being and is extremely critical. So with that as a backdrop, let me start the discussion with a question to Jennifer, and we'll get thoughts from the others once she's done. So Jennifer, what in your opinion are the benefits of cognitive diversity? And to make it more interesting, can you describe an anecdote or situation where cognitive diversity helped you and your team solve problems better or faster?
Good morning, everyone. In America, it's a morning time, so I'm sure you guys are all in the evening in India. So welcome, everyone, and thanks again for inviting me. I would say that unfortunately, in my field, cybersecurity is very, very male-dominant. So I don't really work with a lot of diversity. Like, two projects that I'm working on is like, oftentimes I'm the only woman, on the team. So that's really, really hard. But again, we do have, some of the very experienced engineers and then some of the youngest engineers. So I will say that, the benefit of it is like, especially you're dealing with technology. Think about the youngest generation, right? They literally grow up with technology. They literally grow up with social media. Anything you throw at them, they are just so easy, just get it like that, right? And they have a very different perspective, on privacy, on, cyberbullying and all this stuff. So I would say that it's really important, especially you're working in the tech industry, that, think about your user, right? Think about your product that eventually your user is going to be all kind of different people, young and old and stuff, woman in middle age, or, and even like my mom's get the smartphone right now, right? So what you were saying about cognitive diversity is very important to have in the team. And then so it would eventually will help you to, create your product a little bit better. Now, in my line of work, we don't create products, right? I do a lot of like cybersecurity research and cybersecurity engineering, which means that I'm trying to making sure the system is secure. And a lot of the time that, again, we were just briefed from our upper leadership that think about the user. Is very important. That our user is usually the system we secure, or the system that we design. A lot of time that the user is only have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks trained, on the applications. So we were urged to think about that. And then I was thinking about, oh my gosh, when you are in the meeting, a lot of the time that is like more experienced people is usually dominate the conversation. So what sometimes I would do is like literally call out people's name, right? Hey, you, and I know they are younger generation. I know, they have a different, thinking. I know they come from a different background. And then so I'm calling out on them and then see what is their perspective. Now, again, sometimes, they have really different perspective. And then they also need that older generation to accept the differences, to be tolerate, to really think about, okay, well, even they don't have a lot of experience, but they might have a point, and it might sound strange to us sometimes. Sometimes I hear some of these young kids' ideas and it's like, we don't usually do things this way. But then you need to think again. So I think it's come from both sides. We need to encourage those people, with different thinking, speak, and then we also need to have a tolerance to consider their thinking. So that's what I would say.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. You brought out some amazing points. The fact that you could have people of different ages within a team, that's an amazing point. It brings in such diversity in thought. And the other point you mentioned around encouraging everyone in the team to speak up, because people tend to stay quiet. So bringing out their ideas is so very important. Very valuable suggestions. Thank you. Over to you, Chandresh. What do you think are the benefits of cognitive diversity? And can you think of a situation where it really helped you solve problems?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much, Uma, and thank you, Jennifer. And let me just build upon what Jennifer just mentioned in terms of focusing on diversity of thought and how one needs to make sure that every voice in your team is heard. My point in this conversation will be for the listeners to just take 2 or 3 at least key takeaways in terms of, what are the practical things which one can use. And these are the things which I have learned over a period of time. So one of the things is that as someone in your team meeting, while you want all others to speak, but the best is that you as a manager or leader go last in that particular conversation. So that you don't color the thought of what the conversation is really going on. Because the moment if you go first, then you are kind of coloring the whole conversation in terms of what the opinion is. So I was reading a very recent article in terms of what are the 2 characteristics of high performing teams. So the one clearly is the cognitive diversity, and the second is all about psychological safety. And then how are you really creating that psychological safety for your team members by giving them, chance to speak out, being more open about different ideas which are coming up. And that's what, is extremely important in today's time.
Thanks, Chandresh. That was very valuable. Preethi, would you like to add on to this? What, in your opinion, are the benefits of such diversity, and where have you seen it manifest itself?
Actually, the cognitive diversity actually refers to individuals as well, but which will bring in unique, diverse viewpoint, like the way Jennifer and Chandresh spoke about. Okay, you actually there are different models that are there with cognitive diversity. But before that, I just want to say, just brief about what does cognitive diversity play a role in technology, right? I think different people come with different behaviors. It's just not gender, and it includes gender, age, and behavioral skills as well. So where we call each other's as one of us as extrovert, introvert, ambivert, whatever the way we want to define. But also it helps, it brings in a new perspective while designing a software, while implementing a software, be it AI, ML, or whatever technology it is. It actually brings a new thought process into the picture. It actually helps the employees also feel valued, like what Chandresh said about, while also driving business bottom line and bring in out of the box ideas, right? A lot of organizations today are moving through cognitive diversity. But initially, when AI was launched, they were like when a lot of applications were launched, there were quite a bit of glitches because of simple cognitive diversity not being understood, right? For the simple example, when YouTube was launched and when the video was uploaded to the app on iOS, 5 and 10% of the video uploaded by the users were upside down because the design team was right-handed, so they had not taken into the account of being left-handed people managing a phone at all. So this is just a simple example of why it is important to have different mindset and have different diversity in the team, right? Non-homogeneous team are more capable than a homogeneous team. So it helps us to recognize biases, solve issues, and in interpreting the data, and also making the right decision, be it solving for technology or solving for people or process. I see cognitive diversity playing an important role in all these three aspects.
That's a really great point, Preethi. And it reminds me of this research item I read recently, which said similar things like you mentioned. Cognitive diversity is so important in product design. And it's not just a matter of how the quality manifests itself, but apparently when they first started to design seat belts in cars, they only had male engineers on the team. And then the seatbelts, once they were created, the crash tests were done and so on. Once women started to wear them, they became so uncomfortable. And eventually they discovered that just the lack of women in that team led to creation of a product that was not just ineffective, but outright dangerous for women to travel in if those seatbelts are not effective. So that's an amazing point around cognitive diversity in product design and technology design. Thanks for highlighting that.
And I'll just add to that, Kumar. Recently, I think it's a year and a half ago, I was like trying to buy my new car then, and I was trying Maruti Nexus. The only reason I didn't buy it because of the problem with the height, the way it was designed for me, right? Of course, I'm short, but it was very comfortable for my husband, and finally we decided we wouldn't go because while driving it does cause a problem, at least, right? Because I have to go very close to the steering. So even today, the solving on the driving part of it, it's still not solved. Ford, to an extent, has made a great design in solving, considering the diversity for both men and women, at least for the driving part of it. I thought I'll just add that part while you.
Yes. I think we should try and highlight as many real life examples as possible, because that then brings the concept to life in the minds of participants too. So thanks for sharing that. Moving on, Jennifer, I'll pose this question to you. How do you encourage or create cognitive diversity within your teams or organizations? From a recruitment standpoint, is there anything that you do in order to build a more diverse team?
So you're absolutely right. The diversity team has to be from the recruitment, starting at the recruitment level, because a lot of time that I don't have a say, and I'm not in a position that really hiring anyone. So I see that everybody coming in, and it was very disappointing last summer that all our interns are male. I'm just asking them, where's all the female? Where's all the female students? They are female students in computer science as well. So another diversity that we have is actually in our team is like we are heavily computer science oriented, as you see, on cybersecurity, but it's also engineer, right? That also on electrical engineers, and I'm a mathematician, so I bring in a different diversity onto the team as well. And I think that's why my supervisor hired me. My manager, hired me, as part of the team, because part of the reason is she's also a mathematician, right? So that's very important at the recruitment level. So I think, like, since I don't really have the, I'm not at a level that I have to say who we hire, but I do have influence, sometimes, right? Voice of concern, right? Hey, why does all the interns are male? Or you can, like, at the division level, like right now we are hiring, and I'm just like, I'm asking all my female colleagues, give me your resume, and I can increase the woman candidate in the recruitment level. So that has to be first happening. And if you do not have diversity at the recruitment level, you will never have the diversity on the team. So and again, it's not just gender, it's not just age, it's also different background, because we are building systems. So you need different kind of like expertise, to have different expertise on the team. And talking about quantum, cryptography, that's like you need mathematician, you need physicists, you need computer scientists. So like three different experts, it has to be on the team as well. So I recently just joined the quantum team at my work. So they were really glad that, because they would immediately show me some paper. It's like, all this mathematics, all this like ring theory and group theory, I don't understand. So I'm really glad to be that person that I can help them understand, that part of the quantum technology. So it's very important that you really need to bring in, different talents and different cognitive diversity at the recruitment level. And if you can, and you just have to keep on voicing your concern. Hey, why there's no, let's say, for example, your team doesn't have any computer scientists, like why there's no computer scientists, on this team. And I think just by voicing that concern, if you're not in that position to influence, who's higher, and just like make sure you voice that concern. And sometimes people are afraid, right? Oh, I don't want to lose my job, or I don't want people to think about bad about me. The other way to go around is will be celebrating this diversity. When you have a woman on the team, say, yay, we have another woman on the team, something like that. Or you say, yay, we have, hire another, yes, finally we got a computer scientist on our team, or something like that. And it doesn't make, it doesn't kind of like turning the negative into the positive side, right? So you celebrate the diversity and let everybody know that this is really cool, or this is really good, for our team, instead of just trying to say, why we don't have this, being so critical. So that's like, couple ways to go about it.
Thanks, Jennifer. That's an amazing point. In fact, as our typical human psychology wants to have people similar to us around us. So it requires a lot of, active thinking to hire people who are very different from us within our teams. Chandresh, what do you do in your practice head role in Wipro in order to ensure cognitive diversity?
Yeah, so so while there is a lot of focus around diversity and inclusion, and whether it is across gender, whether it is disability, whether it is LGBTQ and all that, so there is a lot of focus around it at a corporate level, and so does it is there across all the businesses. So which is really great, because then if it is coming, and if it is your corporate mandate, then your processes, your systems, and everything is designed to support all of that. So it makes life very simple if you have to drive those initiatives in your teams. One is that as a manager, you need to be convinced that this is the way to go. Inclusion is something which is extremely important. Diverse teams are more successful than teams which look alike. And you can make it out. You can make that difference very quickly. So extremely important. I know there were a lot of initiatives, and I thought I'll just share one initiative which was extremely I thought was very important. And given that we're talking about hiring processes, where you're just taking out the summary of the profile, because there are a lot of profiles which get not selected just at the initial stage. Okay, so how do you remove that bias, right? How do you just keep the summary of the experience without mentioning the gender or mentioning the school where they come from and so on and so forth, so that you can avoid those biases to kick in, is one of the good practices which I've seen, that when you are talking about a profile, you're talking about the experience and what the candidate really brings in, rather than any other colors which can really kind of blindside you. It's something which we have to keep on working on it. Okay, there is no I'll also not say that everything is extremely well and all that. This is something which you have to keep on working towards it. You have to also make sure that how you are inducting new talent in your team, because while you've got your existing sets of people working with you, but then how are you really inducting the new ones, and how are you making them comfortable to start contributing? So I think there are multiple facets around this.
Thanks, Chandresh. Two very important points. One is ensuring that managers own the idea of diversity and want diversity in their teams. That's very interesting. And also interesting, you brought up this point around recruitment and looking at resumes blindly without the details. I was having a chat with a recruitment agency the other day, and they mentioned, apart from marking names and the schools that people went to, apparently it's a good idea to mask addresses also, because sometimes residential address and the location where people live can actually tell you about their economic status. So very interesting ways in which people are avoiding bias. Thanks for sharing that. Preethi, over to you. At Intuit, how do you manage to bring in diversity?
Uma, I think as an Intuit, as an organization, we are doing pretty well on, managing diversity, but do we have an opportunity to grow as like any organization? Yes, we do. But I think today, all the organizations, just not the Intuit part of it, they are playing a very vital role, especially the talent team in bringing in the diversity factor to the organization. Today, when I think about diversity, I actually think about the word inclusion. And I think it is not about men and not women alone, right? Whether it is geography, it's an approach, it's a style, it's a way of learning. Like Chandresh was also saying, the way of behavior, all contribute in broad for hiring a talent pool that is coming. While Chandresh brought up an important point, telling that it also is the managers who need the engineering leaders who need to own the diversity, and I think this is very much something I believe as well, right? Because biases can adversely influence making decision in the entire employee's life cycle, including talent attraction, hiring, promotion, appraisals, compensation, and including terminations, right? So it becomes very important. And the way I do daily in my practical way of hiring, it's like as a leader, I'm very conscious about that there is inclusion that is there in while I'm hiring. It goes about, it also goes about the behavioral inclusion as well, and it also goes about how well my team is diversely distributed. While there is a different process or different levels of filtering that happens, I always question my team on what is the reasons for the rejections, what makes them think, so that it gives me an opportunity to coach them, and it also gives me the opportunity to learn from them, right? And that way we can actually build a very inclusive team. As I was saying, I was telling is very important, including career development, right? It becomes very important. I was attending a conference a few years back, and this example came in there. It was very interesting, in fact, that came in that it's almost a decade ago when, and this is a real example as well, while there was hiring happening at the campus side most of the time, I'm not going to name the organization though. So one of the organization actually found themselves, like when the talent team looked at the number of people hiring, it turned out that, most of the hiring was happening from the all the people who were hired were all Telugu guys, right? And suddenly they realized the panel themselves were Telugu people. So it was very unconscious bias, right? And which came in together, and it not blaming any sector, but it always happens, and that's why I say behavior aspect of it. I've seen in my own career wise, when a person goes for interviewing, they see likability generally, right? I think that plays a very important factor, and likability can come in various ways. Likability can come in your own way, or if you're an extrovert, you would prefer an extrovert, right? So as a leader, how can you question those likability while you are there having those interviewing process will help to bring in different diversity into the picture. So these unconscious bias will help you to build a better team.
Very interesting points there, Preethi, around how leaders should view this and encourage this. And I remember when Rashmeet was introducing me, she would have mentioned that prior to my entrepreneurial stint, I used to run multiple consulting practices across the globe. So I was setting up a digital strategy consulting practice once, and the leadership asked me to hire liberal arts graduates, advertising professionals, anthropologists, entrepreneurs who started and sold off or failed in their ventures. And I said, do you want me to advise clients on digital strategy, and why are you riddling me with a team like this? What am I supposed to do with them? But eventually I did realize that, especially when in current times, when you look at design thinking and you want diverse perspectives, especially around product design, you need these kind of teams. Eventually, when I did hire these teams, I could immediately see the difference. The quality of ideation improved dramatically by having different thought processes within the team. So as a leader, it's extremely important that you are convinced about the benefits so that you can drive benefits further. Now, another that is a good segue into the next question. So while cognitive diversity is easy to create by getting different kinds of people into our team and ensuring that they come up with different ideas, there's a unique thought which says, in fact, research shows that we don't even utilize majority of our brain process. Maybe there are hidden thought processes, hidden neural networks in our heads that we don't even utilize ourselves. So how is it that one can encourage their existing team members or oneself to think beyond the typical ways that we think? How do you encourage yourself to think out of the box and think differently than what you would otherwise have done? So Jennifer, in your field, which is extremely important in the post-COVID times, cybersecurity has become such an important area, and you never know where the hacker is going to come in and hit you or your organization. How do you encourage your existing teams to think differently and approach problems and solutions differently?
So in our agency, we work with, there's a lot of different branches, right? There's a machine learning group, there's what was the other group? I can't even remember right now, but there's a lot of different group, interest group that we have that you will encourage your team member to attend, even though this is not like related, but not really related, right? So I think that the best thing is really to encourage your team members to really explore the area that related, but not really related, so to speak. It's really hard, but it's like somebody was saying that you don't want people to think totally outside the box, but you want people to think like in the peripheral of the box, So it's kind of like some of those boundaries that's kind of related to your field, but not really related to your field. So right now, machine learning and AI is really getting integrated into cybersecurity. So that's something that is like, hey, I was encouraged a lot of time, hey, that's an interest group, you guys want to, go attend their talks or whatever, and then of course there's some other things that are happening in the community that you can also encourage your team member to attend. So that's what I would say, that you need to kind of making sure that they're not just doing their jobs, because like when you're 100% doing the job, you cannot think any other way beside they ought to solve this problem. But then sometimes you have to have some downtime, right, for your team members to have to attend some of those talks, or to say sometimes I did it before, I just take a mental day off. I'm burning out, I'm just going to take a day off, and then give you a time to rejuvenate as well. So it's like might not be just really thinking outside the box, but sometimes you have to have a break, and then you kind of like can think about differently. Once you're done with your break, you got away from your regular routine for a little bit, and then you come back, and then you're kind of like, okay, I might be able to bring some new perspective or new way to solve problem, especially when you're stuck, when you're like, I don't know what's a good way, I tried this and tried this, it's not working, take a break, and then come back, or just ask other people to help you, and then create that different perspective on your current problems.
Two very great points, Jennifer. One was around, sending your team for upskilling or learning sessions on topics which may not be exactly the same as what you work on, but related topics, so that they develop an additional perspective. And the second very important thing, especially in current times when everyone's working from home, sitting in front of their computers, is to take that essential time out in order to refresh your mind, so you come up with better thoughts and ideas. Thank you for sharing that. Chandresh, how do you go about this? How do you encourage your existing team members to think differently and bring in new perspectives?
Yeah, so I think a couple of points. One is that, whatever my team does has to impact. One is either it improves customer experience or it is saving some dollars for the organization. So the point is, no idea is a bad idea. Okay. So that's the philosophy which we work with the team, is that it could be, even 1% improvement, but let's just get everything on the table. Okay. And what we try to do is, have at least once or twice in a month where these are open sessions in terms of just anybody can bring up some idea and we can have a conversation around that, so things like that. The second one is extremely important, and I thought I'll share this, and this comes from Professor Vijay Govindarajan's theory around 3-box strategy, which is that your future is now, okay? Which basically means that while you are focusing on delivering what you're supposed to deliver today, you're also trying to improve upon your past mistakes. But then what are you doing today to be competitive 5 years down the line? And for that, if you're not spending time today, you're not going to be relevant 5 years down the line. So basically future is now, and how are you really starting to think about, working on ideas, and, how are we really encouraging a culture of, learning on an ongoing basis, failing fast, and being more agile in terms of how you really keep on working on it. And again, maybe I'm repeating this again, but all of this sounds very good, but it is not easy when you are really out there doing these things, because every day there is a new fire which you are trying to dose and trying to work. But I think the point is, the more you keep on reflecting upon it, then it slowly starts becoming a kind of a hardwire and becomes a habit for the entire team.
Very interesting, Chandresh, that you mentioned agility. In fact, I also blog quite a lot, like Rashmeet mentioned. The other day I was writing about this concept called digital Darwinism, which is basically a phenomenon where technology and society evolve faster than an organization can adapt. So this leads to organizations and entire industries becoming extinct. And while this applies to industries and organizations, it does apply to us as individuals too. Unless we are agile, unless we are learning new things, unless we are trying and failing fast, like you mentioned, our skill set will also become obsolete very soon. So it's extremely important to remain agile, think of the future, think of 5 years down the line, and then start working towards it. Thanks for sharing that. Preethi, what are your thoughts around this? How do you encourage your team to think differently, bring in new perspectives?
I think I will extend my conversation what Jennifer and Chandresh said. It is very important that you enable your team for future, future for technology or future for whatever industries you're in, right? I think as a leader, it's very important. While you enable your team, you should also get yourself enabled for future for the technology. I think sometimes we forget ourselves as well, right? So it's very important you keep upskilling yourself, right? And one of the things that I always tell my team is, learn the new technologies that is coming in. Opportunities come by. You may not have the opportunity right now, but the things like what you said, Uma, that the way technology is moving fast, the organizations are also moving fast to apply, to move into the latest and greatest technology. The journey might be a little longer, shorter, depending on how and where the business is going in. But it is important that we upskill ourselves to meet the business requirement or the technology requirements that we have in in the industry as such. Another important factor I think I'm always say is, as a leader, you should be continuously evaluating your journey towards inclusivity, right? And this becomes very important, whether it is through technology, or whether it is through people, or whether it is through process, right? And I think I always say this 3 dimension for any organization and for the a team to be strong is very important, and ensure there is an equal access to opportunities. And what do I mean by that? Anybody in the team should have the same and equal options to upskill themselves, right? Build a diverse organization. Does the demography of your profile of your team or the organization you operate are in the right place? Yes, just have that check on the demography always, right? Look at different work experience, look at opportunity to give your team for internal mobility, right? You see a person in your team who has a great skill set, give an opportunity for that person to move, which will also give you as a team engineering leader an opportunity to fill that space and give the new person, bring in a new person into the organization. All these make very fair employment decision, right? And these are very important. Another fact that I also want to bring up about is, while diversity is is just not one recipe for success, right? There are multiple angles to it. We do solve really complex problems in day-to-day life, like Chandresh said, that this is not as easy as it is said, right? It takes a lot of thought process, a lot of people coming together, both upwards and downwards, right? And one of the important example I would give is about AI, and I'll tell you why I give that example as well. So today, with the data sets that we have, the AI is not biased, right? It has the data that it is required today, but the person who's reading this data, right, will actually change the meaning of that whole data set. So it is important, while the data is giving the information for making the right decision, but the reality is when the data is interpreted by the person who's reading the data, will change the whole aspect and the bias kicks in. To understand that, I think it's very important as a leader, you continuously educate yourself first and also educate your team members on how these biases come in daily way and how you can manage this in a better way. And also, be one of the aspect that I want to end that is also be aware about the microaggression that's happening in your team, right? Like it's very easy and subtle that when the team is not cognitively diverse, the microaggression can take place. So be aware, be open to talk, having these conversations with your team in whether team meeting individually or a casual talk, so that these cognitive behavior, the cognitive diversity plays an important role every day, just not while you're developing, just not while you're there in the meeting, every day while you're not there as well. I think that is what I would say, that becomes a very critical and important factor.
So,
Thanks, Preethi. Chandresh, you wanted to add something?
I wanted to share one recent example, and not from my workplace, but this was something which was a very inspiring story, at least as far as, and I keep sharing this with my teams at multiple times. So very recently, there was this Air India flight which flew from San Francisco to Bangalore. It was a direct flight. It flew from, it was one of the longest flight. It flew over the North Pole. And what was the key of this flight was that the entire crew was a woman crew. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the prep which went into this whole operation and how they made this successful was an amazing story. And to me, I think such examples are really kind of, giving a, very inspiring story for a lot of, young girls and so on and so forth. So this is changing the way we are thinking. And there are many more examples like that. But what I'm just trying to say is that, the good part is that we are now talking about it more. And we are reflecting back upon such examples to really make them, and to me, I think hopefully there will be one day when we don't talk about it and it becomes way of life, and then we should stop talking about such factors. But I just thought I'll share this.
Yeah. That's a great point, Chandresh. In fact, that is how you encourage diversity, by shattering stereotypes, showcasing more of such role model kind of stories. So people can at least understand the immense number of possibilities that lie ahead. So this is really nice. Thanks for sharing. We wanted to end this, I think we have 6 minutes to go, with a very interesting question. Can you think of any real life products which made you wonder if the teams creating it would have been diverse, how better the product would have been? For example, I had once injured my knee and I went to an orthopedic, and after getting whatever medicine and physiotherapy done, they gave me a leg brace and asked me to wear it for like a week. And that was so uncomfortable for me. And when I asked them, they said, typically it works very well with men. I said, that's fine, but how come? What am I supposed to do that it's not working well for me? And then they had to sort of tweak it a little bit to make it comfortable for me. And there are so many other instances, I can't put a finger on the exact product today, but then there are so many times in day-to-day life I come across products which are functional, which is good. They do the work that they're supposed to do. But I keep asking myself, couldn't they have made it a little better looking? Why does it have to be so drab? And couldn't they have used some creativity? So these are instances when having a diverse a team would have actually helped create much better products. So can you talk about any examples that you've come across in real life which made you wonder, I wish a diverse team would have created this? Anyone could go first.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it. I think a lot of product can use a lot of improvement, but I couldn't really pinpoint anything. I do want to bring in that because recently I have seen a lot of the design teams, like a couple of the projects I was working on in the past, in different company, that they actually bring in a UX UI expert. So it's based on the user. So they even do research, from the user perspective to design their product or design their application. So I feel like that time is changing. One of the things I can really think of is like sometimes when you have a good product, but you have to continuously improve it, right? So because time has changed, environment has changed, the user might have changed and stuff. One of the really things that really get me actually, I don't know whether, I think it's okay to talk about because it's for women, we wear bra every day. And the bra is like, you have wires under this and then you're not comfortable, it never fits you perfectly. It's like that design had been like, I don't know how many years ago, right? And then it hasn't been really some kind of evolutionary changing, right? And I guess it's like people will just think, oh, well, it's good enough, why do we need to change it? So I think another concept is really important that is like while environment changing, while your user base is changing, you need to continuously reinventing, so to speak, your product. So
Thanks, Jennifer. Chandresh, do you want to talk about
Yeah, and I'll share this recent example, and this is not from technology, but this was something which was quite interesting. So we hired few LGBT colleagues at one of our offices. And one of the things which came up as an observation that we did not have gender neutral washrooms. And I thought that, I think when you're talking about inclusion, when you're talking about, and just not the LGBT, but also for hearing impaired and so on and so forth, there is a lot which we need to do, to have infrastructure support requirement of all the special group of people which we have to be more inclusive. So I thought this was one thing which came out very recently.
Thanks, Chandresh. Very important. As we hire such people, we should ensure that we have the facilities to make them feel included. Thank you. Preethi, what are your thoughts on this?
I think I did give you some of the examples, like YouTube, when it was launched, they didn't think about it. And even one of the artificial intelligence product by Amazon recruiting algorithm itself was gender bias, right? The bias is the human intelligence behind it, not the AI itself, right? The Amazon recruiting algorithm, apparently, when I read in the recent article, was discarding the competitive female candidates for the roles after learning the percentage of women in those positions was lower. right. So those are some of the great those were some of the examples that I recently read. Another one which I was again taking forward from what Chandresh spoke about is while we look at a lot of things where there is when we go for especially for women or the women who are like who are still breastfeeding, right? Creating the space for them, especially in the malls or anywhere else. Some of the malls do have, but even including in the offices, that kinds of helps them, and it creates a better space as well. And I think that is also one part of inclusivity. I would say it is which plays a critical role. And one of the important thing what Jennifer brought about is design thinking. I mean, as Rashmita mentioned, that I was also founder of a design thinking forums community here in Bangalore. I think the needs and when design thinking works and discovers ideal solution in a very better way, right? It can just not be applied for technology. It could be applied for HR analytics. It could be applied at various application level. It doesn't have to be in the software itself. The design thinking actually empowers, and it brings helps you to make the right decision. The downside of not implementing this is basically, it basically brings in biases, unconscious biases as such. So that way, I think one of the solutions that we have today, if we could apply design thinking in all aspects, just not on technologies per se, right? Hiring, analytics, and security, or anywhere where you want, and it's a very beautiful framework that could be just easily applied, right? That could help a lot of unconscious bias coming in.
I want to add, since we're talking about bathroom, like whoever in their right mind designing the same size of bathroom for women and for men, right? So everybody know that there's always a line at the women's bathroom when you go to an event. And I've never seen a line at a men's bathroom until there's one time I went to a football game, American football game, majority of the line, majority of the goals is actually, men. So I was like, what, a man in a line in the bathroom? I never seen that. But that's something that tell you that, whoever designed it, okay, yeah, we should be equal. But then at the same time, the women spend more time in the bathroom than the man does. So why wouldn't you design the woman bathroom a little bit differently than the men, right? So that's one of the things. And I do hear a lot of time that, the use of space is very different architectural, and because majority of the people designing the architecture, use of space in the city or park or wherever, they are male oriented. They don't think about women. They don't think about the kids, women need to take care of the kids and stuff like that. But that's definitely a really, really good point, that use of spaces is one of the things that I think I've seen, like, a lot of time. And the bathroom, please make women's bathroom bigger.
Thanks, Jennifer. I think that's a worldwide phenomenon. It does apply across countries. Thanks for sharing that. In fact, another point I'd like to bring up as we are nearing the end of this panel discussion, a lot of amazing suggestions and great takeaways. I think the session is being recorded, and there are amazing points that have come up today. And I think one reason it works so well is that all the panelists are so diverse again, and everyone comes from a different industry, from a different area of expertise, and hence our conversation was so much more interesting. And one takeaway for me personally is, while I know Preethi, I'd love to connect with you, Jennifer and Chandresh, later offline, because that's another way you build newer perspectives, by building your network across different countries and domains. So with that, over to you, Rashmeet. I think we've had an amazing discussion today. Do you want to close this off with some comments?
Thank you for the interesting discussion. I really like the fact that you mentioned that, the discussion was exciting because we had a diverse panel. And that was the complete intention. And I do want to say one thing, that a lot of us are talking about diversity, but it was very recently, I have been associated with ISB. I started a program there. It was there that a professor mentioned about cognitive diversity, and I thought it's the most beautiful way of talking about diversity in a business forum, particularly when we are a community that is focusing on technology and next generational leaders. So like a huge stack of people talking about diversity and inclusion. Nobody talks about it from the perspective of psychological safety, and I think that was one of the first things that we started this panel discussion with. And once we give that safety to people, only then they are themselves, and once they are themselves, the ideas float in like nothing else. So thank you so much everyone for joining us for this discussion from different places and taking on time on a Sunday, that too on like a long weekend, I know. So I really appreciate that. And thank you, Uma, for curating this entire discussion for us.
It's a pleasure being here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. So for everyone else, we'll be taking a quick 5-minute break before we head on to our next masterclass on 3D printing. So we'll be proceeding further in 5 minutes after a quick bio break. Thank you so much, all the panelists and Uma, for joining us today. Thank you.
everyone.
Thanks for inviting
Bye.
me again.
A very good evening, Pratap, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, Rashmit. I am very happy to join.
Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. We are actually honored to have you. Just to give you a brief update as to where we are, we are on the day 2 of Technology Conclave, and the session is been live for the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours now. Okay. And we are live on Facebook, and we are recording it for our YouTube channels as well. And then, of course, we have people live here as well. So we are genuinely looking forward to this session. A couple of us are on like a quick bio break because we are having back-to-back sessions. I will be introducing you in a minute and we will get started.
Yeah, how are you, Rashmit? Otherwise?
I am good, sir.
So your residency is in Hyderabad. Are you going there physically?
Frankly, I have not taken a call, but I think I'd attend mostly online. But I do want to be at the Hyderabad campus, so I'm pretty much confused at the moment, Professor.
Yeah, yeah. And then because of the second wave of the COVID.
Right, right. So that's the only reason I am a little apprehensive. Otherwise, the peer learning at ISB has always been amazing.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you have any presentation deck, Professor, you can actually.
Yeah, I have.
If you can, it's pretty much.
Can I share?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Where it is not visible.
Just there's a button at the center, share screen. It's activated.
Yeah.
Yes, we can definitely see your screen now, Professor.
Are you able to see, Rashmi?
Yes, yes, Professor, we can see your screen now. Before we get started, so it's time to get started. Everyone, welcome back to the third session on the day 2 of Technology Conclave. This one is a particularly special session for me as it's from one of my professors who inspires me every day to dream big and have a big library of my own someday. So for the benefit of others, allow me to introduce Professor Pratap Sundar. Pratap Sriram Sundar holds BTech Mechanical Engineering, MTech Industrial Engineering, and PhD Industrial Engineering from Northeastern University, Boston. Presently, he is the Academic Director and Adjunct Professor of Operations Management at Indian School of Business. He has worked as an Assistant Professor at the National Institute of Industrial Engineering, Mumbai for about 8 years. After completing his PhD, he has worked with Customer Advocacy Manager in Paraform, a Silicon Valley company in Santa Clara, California, and then as Director of Manufacturing Innovation Sports Los Angeles for 6 years before returning to India for good. He has authored 19 conference papers, 4 journal papers, and 6 chapters in a book published in the US. He was a member of the Industrial Engineering Honor Society, Alpha Mu, Pi Mu, and the Scientific Research Society, Sigma Xi. He received an outstanding scholarly work certificate from the director of our Laboratory for Responsible Manufacturing, Northeastern University, Boston in 2000. He has visited and worked and consulted with more than 400 companies, and he has offered his services to about 50 companies in the last 35 years. Thank you, Professor, for taking out time for us on a long weekend, festive weekend on a Sunday evening. From here, the stage is all yours. We are ready to learn from you.
Thank you, Rashmi. I'm so happy to meet all of you during this Tech Conclave. Good evening to everyone who is attending this online session on the 3D printing. We'll go as per guideline given by Rashmi. This session will be for 50 minutes, and I will go through very fast, and we can always interact once if you have any questions or if you need any reading material later. So this 3D printing actually is the action or process of making a physical object from a 3-dimensional digital model. Typically by layer, as you are seeing the animation, GIF animation on the slide. And there is difference between subtractive manufacturing and additive manufacturing. 3D printing is also called additive manufacturing. Typically, in the subtractive manufacturing, like milling or machining processes, we take a block of the raw material. Let us say you want to make a tool for the injection molding machine. You take a block and then machine it to size, take care of the surface finish. Various parts are done in this way and assembly is done. So you remove a lot of material and which ends up as scrap or waste. In 3D printing, we build the same part layer by layer, or layer by layer. Let us say for this moment, layer by layer. And you don't need tooling. You need the 3D printing machine, but you don't need tooling like a milling machine or a CNC center, machining center. So this is the major difference between the subtractive manufacturing and additive manufacturing or 3D printing. So you design the part using a CAD file and you bring it to STL format. STL stands for stereolithography. And then you apply slicing software. Then you use a rapid prototyping machine. There are many technologies available. Shortly, we will see all that. And then you get the physical part. This is the workflow of the 3D printing process. When you look at the history, the first person who wrote 2 research papers was really not an engineer. He was a Japanese doctor, Dr. Hideo Kodama, who was working with Nagoya Industrial Research Institute, and he filed for patent. But unfortunately, he ran out of funds and that patent was never granted. After 3 years, that is in 1984, Charles Hull applied his, he was frustrated waiting for small parts, which took long lead times. For example, he wanted a small plastic part. But then this plastic part has to be produced by the machine. Machine needs tooling. Tooling takes its own time. And then you do the injection molding, and then this is a very long lead time. So he was frustrated. He took the resin, which can be hardened by the light, laser, for example. So he called this technology stereolithography. On the left-hand side, you are seeing Chuck Hull and also a replica, a small doll of his replica, which is 3D printed. And then in 1988, Carl Deckard, an undergraduate at the University of Texas, he applied for patent for selective laser sintering. And he got the patent after, I think, 2 years or 3 years. Then they started making the machines. He became part of Stratasys, 3D printed machines, 3D printing machines. And in 1992, another process, 3D printing process called FDM, fused deposition molding, was invented by Scott Crump. And then he became, he joined 3D Systems as the Chief Innovation Officer. And he got the patent in 1992. And in 2000, there is one medical doctor printed a bladder which can be implanted into the real human. This was a breakthrough in the medical technology. And it is a 3D printed bladder using the human tissue as ink. Human tissue. For example, if you want a heart transplant or liver transplant or kidney transplant, the donor's organ may be rejected by your immune system. That is the problem. But if doctors take cells, biological cells from your own body and print it, what is the printing material here? Your own cells, actually. That is called bio ink. So you can print organs, and the possibility of your body rejecting the organ will be very, very less. And then when I was, this is 20 years back, on the left-hand side, you are seeing me. I was the director of manufacturing in one American company in California. And we had a 3D printing machine, which I'm showing now. This is 20-year-old machine, 20-year-old picture. So this was from Z Corp now, which is owned by 3D printing technologies corporation. So we used to print our prototypes very fast, design the part in the CAD, export it to STL as STL file. STL means stereolithography file. To the G Corp 3D printing machine, we used starch as the material for, and a resin for binding the material. So we used to do the parts, produce the prototypes very fast, discuss with marketing, discuss with other people, the engineers in the company, and launch the product very quick. Actually, we reduced the product launch times by 80%. This is my personal experience. On the right-hand side, what you are seeing is our brace, the hard brace for the people who undergo surgery but need to walk, go for, let us say, physiotherapy, and or the people with arthritis. No, those are our products. And this is another picture of the 3D printed parts. But this is 20-year-old picture. Now the technology has skyrocketed. The amount of choices you have in terms of materials, or in terms of machines, in terms of processes, are now very huge. So if you go to 3D Systems website, you can see how many different types of printers are there. Metal printers are there, plastic printers are there, metal casing 3D printers are there. How many variety of materials are available to you to choose from? How many different softwares are available? So all these details you can see on the 3D Systems website, or even Stratasys websites. Now let us see briefly. There are a lot of material on the web. No, you can always see the video clips on the YouTube. 1 minute, 2 minute video clips, which explains the process very quickly. So additive manufacturing is building the part or the product layer by layer. So what you are seeing in this picture is a tank holding the resin. It's a photopolymer. That means if it is exposed to light, it will solidify. So you need a laser and a scanner and XY direction movement controlled by the digital program. So layer by layer, it gets solidified, liquid resin gets solidifies as it is exposed to laser. Then the table is elevated, that is Z direction. So then the next layer forms. This is the process of stereolithography. Then people invented digital light processing, DLP. It is similar to SLA, but here you expose the resin not pointedly like a spot, but to an area. So there is a projector, there is a whole area getting exposed, solidified quickly, so that lead time for manufacturing a 3D part can be reduced. So these are the spot sizes. This is called resolutions available. In DLP, it is called pixel size. So in this picture, what you are seeing is how the laser moves. On the left-hand side, you can see the spot moving in a curved fashion. Whereas in the middle DLP, digital light processing, you see the pixels. So the resolution can be chosen by the application that you are working on. And for example, this statue is 3D printed by the DLP, digital light processing. And you can see in the pictures, enlarged pictures, that it's not very smooth, So, but you can increase the smoothness by choosing higher density pixels. This is voxel effect picture, voxel side profile. And when you are creating a prototype, for example, you can use a draft resin. Draft resin is gives a less accurate. It's less accurate, but quicker. When you produce the saleable part, you can use gray resin, which takes more time, but highly accurate in terms of dimensions and surface finishes. So there are a lot of websites. So you can, different quality of resins are available: draft resin, clear resin, gray resin, grayscale resin, and so on. So you need to think about post-processing. Post-processing means after printing the 3D part, do you need to smoothen it with a sandpaper, for example? Are you okay with the surface finish? All these things you have to judge. Based on that, you choose the appropriate material. Then Stratasys developed another process called fused deposition molding. This is, see, some parts you need supports. There's something like scaffolding that we use in construction of buildings. You need scaffolding to construct, and then after the construction cures, I mean, well, for example, a slab cures, then you remove the scaffolding. Similar process is applied here. There is a scaffolding material, which is in light blue color. The dark blue color is the actual part material. So after the 3D printing, there is one nozzle for part printing, one nozzle for supporting material. And then once part is printed, you remove the scaffolding material, clean the part, and ship the part. Then selective lasering, laser sintering. This is instead of liquid polymer, a liquid resin, we use powder. See, the powders get solidified by the light laser. So this powder can be plastic powder or metal powder, such as aluminum alloys and so on. Even ceramics, glass, for example, or composite materials like carbon nanotubes and so on. So choice of 3D printers is based on many factors: resolution, accuracy and precision, build volume, what is your part size, surface finish you need, speed and throughput, workflow and materials. These are all the factors that decides that you have to consider when you choose a 3D printing process. Then there is another process called laminated object manufacturing. On the bottom, you can see the material supply roll and the waste takeoff roll. So the sheet moves. The sheet can be plastic, paper, or some composite material. And it is resin coated. So it is pressed and cut with a laser on the edges every time it passes through. So you are building the part layer by layer. I've seen all this process physically. I've seen all these things in US. So there are many processes. You need not worry about all these things. These are all available on the Google or the YouTube. But the advantages of the 3D printing is you can obtain complex geometries and you can do quick iteration. For example, when you are prototyping, when you are developing new products, quickly you can do the iterations very fast. And therefore, it reduces the lead time. Mass customization. Mass customization means every product can be different, but the machine is same because the machine doesn't need tool such as a mold, metallic mold for the injection molding machine. It doesn't need tools. So it is only print head is there, nozzle is there. So you can iterate and you can customize the products depending on the customer needs, one piece at a time. So that is called mass customization. Cost savings are there. We'll go through a small case study. Weight reduction is there, simplified assembly, or no assembly at all because multiple parts can be printed simultaneously. For example, a cluster of gas can be printed in one go, and they move actually, and there is no need for assembly. Your supply chain completely changes. Like this, there are many advantages. We'll see. Right now, because there are certain limitations with respect to availability of materials, build sizes, post-processing, and so on. But the way the way the 3D printing revolution is going on, it will soon overcome all these obstacles. It has already become mainstream. One example I want to share with you. See this, this is the aircraft wing of Boeing aircraft 737, 757, 777. I went to Boeing in the year 2001 to train their engineers. What happens is when the plane flies, plane may be flying some 1,000,000 miles, let us say, in its lifetime. So after flying 100,000, that is 1 lakh miles, these parts, what you're seeing on the left-hand side, the spar, the struts, bolts, ribs, they will deform completely. You cannot put a standard part. When it was new, there was a standard part. You cannot put that, but you have to take this deformed part, laser scan it, reverse engineer, and produce a replica of it to install in its place. So this is the problem we faced, and I trained Boeing engineers in our software, reverse engineering software, 20 years back. I went to Seattle, I went to Boeing headquarters, and then we had training program. And this is the completely 3D printed core. 3D printed core. This is also 3D printed core. Now, the local motors can produce this 3D printed core, including the wheels, chassis, body, roof, interior seats, and dashboard, except drivetrain, from bottom up in 48 hours. Drivetrains also will be produced soon using 3D printing technologies. So the scaling up or the production volumes versus the business viability become completely different when you use 3D printing technologies. Break-even volumes can be very low. And the model changes. For example, customer wants a different color. You can use a different colored material, pigment. Or he wants some design, or he wants a slight shape change. Everything can be done very easily if you are using 3D printing technologies. This is not possible in the mass-produced production lines where heavy machines like CNC machines, press brakes, and presses, metallic presses like Amada punch presses, those are used. So what is happening if you observe, 3D printing slowly is reducing the complexity of manufacturing process or operations itself. For example, if you take electrical vehicles, why say there's so many players are there in the electrical vehicles? Because it's easy because of 3D printing and modularity. More players are there. Conventional internal combustion engine car or automobile is very complex. I mean, if you take a average car like Honda Amaze or Toyota Innova, there may be 10,000 components. But when the components get reduced because of the electric vehicle, complexity is less. And you use the 3D printing for the chassis, body, seats, and so on, you can become a small player. So there's, you can start your own company. That is the leverage that 3D printing is giving to electric EV manufacturers. And for example, another aspect that that is being integrated with 3D printing technologies is the generative design. For example, this is a table tennis playing robot that Omron made. Their philosophy is think, sensing, and control, plus think. Think means artificial intelligence. On the left-hand side, you are seeing the arm of the robotic arm to play table tennis. See, that design is something based on biomimicry. So this is 3D printed hand. based on generative design. If you go to Autodesk website, you can see a lot of videos on generative design. It's all based on artificial intelligence algorithms, imitating nature, because we need we need a lot of strength, but at the same time, lightweight. So this strength, lightweight, less weight, and all these are part of nature's designs. If you observe human bones, for example, they are all porous in structure, but outer shell is very strong, very tough. So all these are being imitated. Now this is another picture of the same. And I'll quickly show some pictures, 3D printing, what is happening in the world. There was a beautiful article in National Geographic. I'll share this PowerPoint with Rashmeet so that you can get it from her. So this is the 3D printed mummy of Egyptian pharaoh, King Tut. So that original can be kept in the museum and replicas can be given to other museums all over the world. Visitors will hardly know because it is exactly same, whether it is original or not. This is the 3D printed spacesuit simulator, quickly done by NASA. This is the fossils. These are the fossils found in Kenya. The Fossil Museum has created 3D files of rare specimens that explains the human evolution. Those files are available free to the public. You can get any fossil 3D file and then print it and look at, if you are an anthropology student, for example, you want to study the theory of evolution. So you can do all these things. Otherwise, a student cannot go to Kenya and see this. Now these designs are being democratized, and you can have it in Bangalore or Hyderabad. You can get the file and then print it and see. On the left-hand side, you are seeing 3D printed house. It is coming in a very big way in construction. The material used is cement, concrete, or polymers, biopolymers. For example, this building, which is is in Amsterdam, artist rendering. This is going to be built actually. So this is one of the 150 blocks where the architect is standing. A very strong material. It's a bioplastic and completely degradable, and it will last long. And the building will be very light, but strong. This is a pistol, 40.5 mm pistol. 40 metal parts or metal. Here the material used is metal. So this is the pistol. This is the chair, 3D printed chair in single go. And this is the shoe. This is the left-hand side. This is 3D printed. And this is the table lamp. Very complex design. You cannot injection mold this plastic into this shape in one go. But 3D printing allows you to bring a lot of complexity without sacrificing accuracy, shape, or lead times or cost. This is the apparel. The fashion industry also is embracing 3D printing. So they use materials like biomaterials or plastics to print the apparel. The medical implants are coming in a very big way. This upper jaw bone, for example. So the laser scanning will be done. Actual dimensions will be taken, and the part will be produced that fits exactly to that patient. This is the smallest lithium-ion battery, less than 1 millimeter. So it works actually, and it is 3D printed, and it can be a great boon for medical implants, such as the pacemakers and those things. Tissue, here you see medical doctors printing human tissue from the bio-ink taken from your own body cells. And then that has a lot of applications in medical field. There's so many things actually. See the ear printed. I will share this PPT, and many organs will be printed using 3D printing technologies. And this is going to become very big revolution. It has already become actually. And I will present a small case study. This person is the senior top management, one of the top managers in GE Aviation. Muhammad and Shani. One day, his supplier came and told him that he 3D printed a GE engine part. He got disturbed. What is this? Several years. Then he studied, understood 3D printing technologies. And this is the fuel nozzle that was taken up as a project. On this fuel nozzle for the jet engine, GE jet engine, has about 20 parts. This is the nozzle. This is the LEAP engine. LEAP means leading edge aviation propulsion, which reduces fuel consumption without sacrificing the safety or those things. This is a typical GE engine. You can see here on the top the place of fuel injection nozzle. On the left top, you can see the nozzle. This is the nozzle. This is a legacy part on the left-hand side, which has 20 parts. On the right-hand side, you are seeing the injector, additive manufactured by additive manufacturing. That's 3D printing, which is a single part. 20 parts is reduced to 1 part. Weight reduction is 25%. I need not say that weight reduction is very, very important for aircraft manufacturers because the customers always look for fuel efficiency. This is the machine that they have used to print the fuel nozzle. And these are the benefits. So 30,000 fuel nozzles were printed and 40 printers. They have grown to one printer in 2015 to 40 printers in 2018. 20 parts consolidated into 1 part, 25% weight reduction, 30% cost savings, 95% inventory reduction, 80% development time savings, 5 times more durable, and no nuts, bolts, welds, and braces. You can understand the power of 3D printing with this small use case. This is the celebration at GE Aviation when they completed 30,000 fuel nozzles shipped. So they have selected 7 parts, including the fuel nozzle, for the next projects. I mean, for example, heat exchanger, inducer, low pressure turbine blades, and so on. This is the low pressure turbine blade, which will be printed using 3D technologies. This is the one research paper which they wrote, GE Aviation. And this is the photograph on their website celebrating 5 years of high volume additive manufacturing era, I mean saga. So what happens to your supply chain by the 3D printing? Just think about it. Traditional supply chain, the supplier, there is a supplier, then a supplier, then manufacturer, then retailer, consumer. When the 3D printing comes, 3D model provider, 3D shop, consumer, the supply chain gets simplified. Suppose you have your own 3D printer at home. There are many printers, low-cost printers available now. And you can buy the model from for example, Amazon. And you print it. You pay only for that model, but you are manufacturing the part yourself. This is how supply chains are going to change drastically in future. Even in construction, for example, you look at a building. You build a house, for example. You have to buy different materials. You have to mix them proportionately, block them. You need laborers, lot of tools, and then your house will be ready. Now, 3D printing houses, there are a lot of beautiful videos of 3D printing, printed houses on YouTube. Please watch. Then you learn the entire supply chain gets simplified. In fact, you don't need any contractor to execute construction. You need a designer and you need to rent the 3D robot to build your house. Then you need small laborers to fit the windows, doors, and so on. So these are the factors affecting the supply chain. Design complexity. You can go to high level of design complexity because 3D printers don't need tools. you need your lead time will be reduced, your time to market will be reduced, you need lesser material because there is no scrap, there is no waste, you are closer to the markets, be nimble and agile. For example, the DHL or the UPS or the FedEx. See, there is many auto parts are manufactured in India, auto spare parts, for example, at Chennai mainly. They are shipped to Europe and USA. Now, if you print that part in the warehouse of UPS in Boston, for example, they have a huge warehouse in the airport itself. Is a part of the UPS logistics infrastructure. Now you put a set of 3D printers there. A customer needs a spare part for his automobile, or a dealer needs, or a repair shop needs. So you send the design, and UPS will print it and deliver it in Boston. Let us say customer is in Boston, and the lead time of getting it from India, the complexity you can imagine. Now there is no complexity. The part will be printed in the Boston airport, Logan International Airport, and in the warehouse of the FedEx or UPS, and then it will be shipped next day. That is the beauty of 3D printing, simplifying the supply chain. Amazon has got a patent. Among millions of products that are on sale on the Amazon website, they have identified which are the products that can be 3D printed. They put a 3D printing machine on the truck. When the order comes, when you place an order for a 3D printable product, it is not there in the shelf. It is not there in the warehouse. It will be manufactured on the truck while it is traveling to your destination. That is the technology there. So Amazon, this is the patent for the process that I explained just now. Amazon has got 2,500 patents. This is one of them. So if you are a company, I don't know your backgrounds because I am not able to interact online, and also there is no time. This is the matrix in which you have to position yourself because of this new technology. What are you going to do with your product offerings? And will the 3D printing affect your product offering? For example, biomedical manufacturers in the US, biomedical, especially ear, related to the hearing devices. You will not believe this, but 100% of the hearing device manufacturers have adopted 3D printing technologies 5 years back. The people by hearing device manufacturers who did not adopt the 3D printing technologies have closed down their shutters. They closed their businesses. This is real. This has happened in US. You have to position yourself. What do you do? The future of 3D printing, you see the number of patents here. 1985, very less patents, maybe 10, 5 or 6, 1985. Now 2013, it has gone up to 600. Now, I don't have the data of year 2020. It will be much more. You can Google and find out. And this is going to be a revolution. Now it is affecting healthcare, consumer products and electronics, automotive, industrials, aerospace and defense, and others. How these machines are used for prototyping, maximum usage is in prototyping, then in R&D, then production parts, then bridge, even construction. Bridges can be 3D printed. I mean, small bridges can be 3D printed. So like jigs and fixtures and tools, all these things. Now, this is break-even points. No, that is what is the break-even point for a manufacturing process? I mean, when will you break even? So that is the big question. So this data also I will share with you. You can go through that. So let me see how much time is left. Okay, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. So I want to ask you one thing now. I'm sending this PPT to Rashmi, so you can take it from her. So see, the technology is growing very fast, very rapidly. And you need to think seriously if you have how your company will be affected. These are the process comparisons of available 3D printing technologies. Now I want to ask you one thing. How many of you really observe nature? I don't know, because we cannot interact like in classroom, but I want to tell you that life on the earth has been there for 3.5 billion years. From the beginning, nature has been using only 3D printing. This is the fact. For example, this is a small cocoon of an insect, the pupa. This is in a rainforest of Amazon rainforest. There a beautiful video clip on the YouTube you can see. So it 3D prints its the protective mesh before going to sleep. Maybe it will be there for just 1 week or 2 weeks. Maybe let us say 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, it will emerge as an insect, but meanwhile it needs protection. So it has 3D printed. So now what happens in nature is not 3D printing. It is 4D printing. What is 4D printing? 4D printing is the process through which a 3D printed part transforms itself into another structure over the time due to external energy input such as temperature, light, or other environmental stimuli. And MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, Massachusetts. I completed 2 courses at MIT. I've seen many of their labs. They have established what is known as MIT Self-Assembly Lab. They are very seriously into 4D printing. You please visit their MIT Self-Assembly website, see the videos, see the research, what they are doing. This is the difference, 1D, 2D, 3D. 3D printed, currently 3D printed products are static. I mean, they are rigid. They don't deform, they don't modify themselves over a period of time, depending on the stimuli received from environment. But in future, the products will be 4D printed. This is octagonal forms. For example, it is a self-assembling as the temperature or the moisture or something changes into a 3-dimensional. What is printed here is a 2-dimensional shape, but ultimately it will become 3-dimensional shape based on certain environmental stimuli. So this is 3D printing. This is 4D printing. So that is how the future is changing. And advantage of 3D print, 4D printing is size changing. The product changes its size, for example, and new materials, smart materials are required for achieving 4D printing goals. For example, the envelope on your 3D printing machine may be low, but you choose a material which can transform itself based on the temperature, ambient temperature, or the moisture content, or something like that. Then you can fold it and print a vase, for example, here vase or a lampshade, print in a folded form. That can be done easily with 3D printing. But when you, after taking it out, change the temperature or pour some water over it, and it will become a bigger product like what is on the right hand side. So volume reduction by 87%. So 4D printing has got a lot of applications like self-repairing piping systems, self-assembly furniture, medical industry. I need not tell you, no, everything in your body is 3D printed, not 3D printed, sorry, 4D printed. When you were a child, your heart size was small. Now, as you are growing, how that heart was printed, where it was printed, it was 3D printed when you are in mother's womb. No. So heart is not a simple product. I mean, simple organ. It's a very complex organ, and that's why there is a different field, cardiology, in medical field. Fashion, that means your clothes can change over a period of time depending on the user conditions. Like, are you going for a jogging? It will transform itself completely differently. or when you are in the office, same cloth, same apparel, but it will be different in the office. So those revolutionary ideas coming. These are the 3 labs doing a lot of research on the 3D printing: MIT Self-Assembly Lab, University of Wollongong, Australia, Singapore University of Technology and Design. Now 4D printing in nature, everything is 4D printed, right? I'm sure you all will. So nature is far superior technologies. All the materials here are biomaterials, completely eco-friendly. When you throw a coconut, it becomes part of nature. When we throw a plastic dustbin, it will not become part of nature. 3D printed. See strawberry, how it is 4D printed, sorry, 4D printed. No, I hope you all agree. Your heart is 4D printed. Heart, what is the heart? It's a double motor pump set. Pumping the blood into the lungs and then into the various tissues over the blood vessels. Blood vessels length in your body is about 1.7 lakh kilometers in length. And this is a 4D printed organ by nature. And it lasts 70 years, average life of the human being, without taking a break. That means mean time between failures is 0. 0 over a period of 70 years. We do not have any motor pump set which can work like this non-stop for 70 years. There are some motor pump sets in nuclear reactors. I have visited all nuclear reactors in India. I have physically visited. And there are pump sets because of the radiation, maintenance problems are huge. So there are motor pump sets which can work non-stop for 15 years. That is the maximum limit with our technology. But here is the technology which can work non-stop for 70 years without a single break. If it takes a break, you are dead. So look at your eye. How many megapixels is your eye? I'm sure some of you might be knowing. It is 288 megapixels each eye. Therefore, it is 576 megapixels. It's a rough estimate. Eye resembles a lot with like a camera, but actually, eye works differently than a digital camera. If you look at how eye is built, what is the ink that nature used? It is your own cells. Where is the blueprint? It is in the genes, 20,000 or so genes. Some of them control the production of the proteins, and then cells, and then tissues, and then organs, and then systems. These are all 4D printing technologies that nature has used from the day one, about 3.5 billion years ago. So, for example, you see the multi-material 3D printing of abalone shell is analyzed. Advanced Engineering Material. This paper I read, this is published in Advanced Engineering Materials Journal, International Journal. They have analyzed how abalone shell makes its shell by 3D printing. It is not 3D printing, it is actually 4D printing. So now takeaways. We are coming to the close. How 3D, now you have understood basic, you might have a lot of knowledge also. Some of you might be knowing what is 3D printing. I wanted to share with you not just 3D printing, but about 4D printing, which is the future. How 3D printing and 4D printing will affect your product offerings. That is what you have to think if you are working in a company, especially in the R&D or product design or process design or supply chain design. Now, how 3D printing is going to reconfigure, affect. No, do you need to reconfigure your operations? Now, how will your commercial ecosystem evolve? Commercial ecosystem means there will be designers, there will be 3D printing machine owners. Some people are starting 3D printing farms. That means they'll take some land, put some 3D printing machines. Anybody can send the CAD file and get the part out of the paper use, that kind of things. And then integrating all these people, designers, the 3D printing machine forms, and then the quality control experts, the material suppliers, the product designers, the consumers, this entire thing will become an ecosystem. And there are many research institutions having the 3D printing machines in India. Even educational institutions like VIT Vellore, they have 3D printing technology machines. So the all players of the ecosystem can come onto a platform. So if you want to, if some of you are thinking about platforms, I don't know if there is a platform in India for 3D printers. I don't know. But if you want to become an entrepreneur, you can start this platform, design a platform, bring all these people there. So, and take a small fraction of that money from each transaction, become a millionaire or a billionaire. I have no interest because I'm not good at business. I'm only a professor. I can teach, but I'm a very bad businessman. So, so this is my final slide. Please think about these things. If you want to become an entrepreneur, I will be giving my free advice and build a platform, bring all these people into one place like Amazon, and then build a powerful platform for this entire ecosystem where the transactions will be done. And this is my last slide. We have understood what is 3D printing and 4D printing. We did not discuss much about smart materials because of time constraint. Nanotechnology, I can give you an 8-hour lecture on nanotechnology, but we don't have time. But you need to understand nanotechnology very well. Then computational algorithms based on AI, artificial intelligence, they are coming in a very big way. Then biomimicry, that is coming in a very big way. Bioprinting in medical field is becoming, is happening all over the world, especially Harvard, Stanford medical colleges. Sustainability is a big issue. So all these are leading to one thing. This is my key. This is your key takeaway. Nature's way of making things. That is the goal. We should make things like nature does. And think about your product offerings on the right-hand side top. Operations, supply chain design, redesign, ecosystem, and then platforms. On the bottom, you see, we have to go towards nature. Recently, Bill Gates has written a book, a very good book, very first chapter, How to Avoid Climate Disaster. That is the title of the book. Please read it. I have read it in parts. I will complete it soon. So very first chapter, the title of the first chapter is 50 billion to zero. This is the first chapter title. That means we are pumping 50 billion tons of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere every year. How do you make it to zero? That is the chapter for, chapter 1. So please read that book, and it is a very enlightening to read that book. It offers practical solutions. 3D printing is one technology which will play a major role in achieving sustainability goals. Thank you very much. I thank Rashmeet. I thank all of you for sparing your time. And this must have been a long day for you, and hope to meet you again and in some other occasion. Thank you very much.
Professor, as always, I'm in awe. You always inspire me and others around to get into research and do the exciting things that the world has to offer to us. And I really love the fact that you talked even about the 4D printing and the aspects of, manufacturing as a nature does. So it was fantastic session, and I'm extremely thankful to you for taking out time for us and sharing your experience. I cannot emphasize enough. I'm honored to learn from you, and thank you for contributing in your way to our journey here at Pencils and Pistons, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Start a platform design, startup. Do a startup for platform design for 3D printers in India or world or Asia Pacific.
That'll actually
sketch the ecosystem and start a platform. Become an entrepreneur.
Actually, I think that really inspires a lot of people, and there are a couple of I have to say this, that in our batch itself, Professor, there are a couple of them who have had such ideas. We can definitely take that up offline. We can, that's exactly what I love about such communities. Ideas floating, experienced people like you guiding us in our way forward. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thanks, everybody. Good day to you all.
Thank you so much. Now, for all those who have been with us, we appreciate your patience, and we are really glad that we can actually get started with our next session as well. We have, okay, so the next session that we have is an interactive session, which we call as a coffee with mentors. And for the same, we have our mentors online as well. Okay, so Rajiv sir and Sofia have their videos turned on.
Rashmit, I will leave.
Yes, Professor. Sure, please carry on.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, a very good evening to Rajiv sir and a very good morning to Sofia.
Good evening.
Hi, hello.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Yes, yes, sir. It's always exciting to see each other, because I think we're always learning, and this is what I love about community work. Monday or Sunday, we're always doing something or the other. And thank you so much for everyone who joined us in and has been here. So we have been here since 4:30 in the afternoon, and we've got 2 more sessions to go. So without any delays, I want to get started with this session. It's going to be an interactive coffee with mentors, like we call it. So the topic is upskilling tools and methodologies. And I thought, let's get people from diverse backgrounds. And as always, we talked about today in session cognitive diversity and impact cognitive diversity has in everything that we do around us. So we'll be talking about upskilling tool and methodologies with Sofia and Rajiv sir. So allow me to introduce our mentors. Colonel Rajiv Bhargava did his postgraduate program in management from the Indian School of Business and Strategy and Finance, and has a master's in defense studies from the Madras University. He did his graduation from the prestigious National Defense Academy, and currently he's an associate director at the Munjal Institute for Global Manufacturing and the Punj Lloyd Institute of Infrastructure at the Indian School of Business, the two institutes set up with MIT as an associate partner. Before joining ISB, he worked in the Indian Army for over 2 decades and commanded a battalion of over 1,000 troops. He has also been an instructor at the illustrious Army War College and the Army Air Defense College. As an instructor, he has taught strategy and operations to officers from the Defense Forces of India, Sri Lanka, and Nigeria. Colonel Rajiv Bhargava is a prolific writer and has authored a book titled Perspectives on India's Defense Offset Policy, which was released by the erstwhile Defense Minister of India, Mr. Manohar Parrikar. His op-eds have been published in Economic Times, Mints, etc. Colonel Rajiv Bhargava has interest in behavioral economics, defense strategy, and is passionate about emerging technologies like blockchain for improving transparency in our daily lives. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us today. We're honored to have you here.
Thank you, Rashmit. Your smile is so pleasing always. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Next, we have with us Sofia. So the very first session of the day mentioned one of the global ambassadors of supply chain and sustainability, and that was Sofia. And we have Sofia here for a session today. So Sofia is a Mexican industrial engineer. Upon graduation, she earned a scholarship to study MIT's graduate certificate in logistics and supply chain, and graduated as one of the top 3 performers of her class. She also has a multicultural background due to her international academic experiences at Singapore Management University and the Logistic University in Hamburg. Former data analyst within the airport industry in Latin America at Pacific Airport Group, performing benchmarking reports and predictive analysis for future market behavior. Currently working as a senior staffing analyst within the SNOP team in Mexico at the biggest e-commerce platform company in Latin America, Mercado Libre. I can be wrong with the pronunciation. Correct me, Sofia. Sofia herself identifies as supply chain ambassador, sharing her passion for the field in her daily life. And those who follow her on LinkedIn know for a fact that she's a lifesaver for many of us in the field. As a global ambassador for International Supply Chain Education Alliance Sustainable Supply Chain Professional and a keynote speaker at World Supply Chain Forum in 2021, Indonesia. Sofia will be giving her TEDx at Penn State University in the event The Young, the Undiscovered in October 21. So Sofia, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Rashmi. You pronounce it well. It's Mercado Libre, it's perfect. So, of course. No, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very honored to be surrounded by people from, I think most of you are from India, but perhaps some of you are from other countries in Asia Pacific. But it's so interesting to be here from literally another continent and the other side of the world. So yeah, looking forward to this session.
Amazing. So like I said, the format for this discussion is all the other participants are welcome to post in their questions as they want. And I do have some questions in mind, but then again, depending upon how the discussion goes, we'll see and add and subtract, and there is no sequence to be followed, but let's get started. And the topic is very relevant. Our industry is on the paths, like we've been discussing for the last 2 days. Our industry is on a revolution in itself, industry 4.0, how exactly we respond to it, how companies respond to it, and the fact that we are in a pandemic economy, so the digital transformation is pushed further. So the most important thing right now as professionals, be it early career or mid-career professionals, and even from a leadership standpoint, is upskilling. So let's just start with that point and kind of start the discussion on the importance of upskilling in today's world, and set the conversation tone post that. So Colonel or Sofia, either of you can go ahead first. This is an open discussion.
Ladies first. Hola.
Hola. Well, I think, yes, upskilling is a very relevant topic, especially nowadays that everything is changing so fast inside each company and each industry, but also in a macroeconomic level, countries and continents and the world is changing and experiencing different situations that affect all of us, including the pandemic, or the latest and I think most famous thing this week is the boat in the Suez Canal that has been stuck there, I think also almost for 4 days, and nothing has been done with it. But I think it's a very hot topic right now. But yeah, disruptions like that one and others are also bound to happen. There's a study from McKinsey that says it's bound to happen every 3.4 years. So that's the new cycle. So every 3.4 years we will experience a sort of pandemic or a sort of super big disruption in the world. And we must be prepared for it. And I think one of the greatest ways to be prepared is if we have our workforce with the right knowledge at the right time.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Sofia. In fact, it ties back to our coffee with mentors yesterday evening as well. We were constantly talking about this one factor, that the disruption is going to be there. How do you cope up with it? So I'm really glad that, we're actually having very cohesive discussions, which kind of support each other. So thank you so much for bringing that up, and the fact that we will actually be having a disruption for every 3 or 4 years. I'm personally not ready for it, but I think we all as a community have to be somehow get, ready for it.
And no one is ready for it, but well, let's get started with it.
Yes. So Colonel, what do you have to say on that?
Yeah, so Sofia brought out a very valid point. But Sofia, I must tell you that today that ship has moved 2 meters, not 2 meters, 2 feet. Sorry, my mistake. They have been able to shift the ship by 2 feet, and all the boats out there are, blaring their horns as of now or whatever. So yes, things do change. And what I would say is, before I give 3 points of statistics, which are obviously there, which gives this, but what I would say is that going ahead, as the years go by, what I feel is that digital technologies are going to more and more enable the humans to leave the mundane, normal stuff to the technology and to the computers and to the robots, whereas all the all the fun stuff, I will say, as as also the thinking stuff, wherever there is creativity, all those things are, humans are going to be more involved in that. It is something like you have those, your time is limited. It is 24 hours in a day. You can either keep replacing some clothes on the assembly line in a robotic manner for the whole day, or you could be thinking how to replace that machine altogether, or how to do, I mean, you get the point. So of course it is a no-brainer. Firstly, that upskilling is a must in today's world. It is absolutely a no-brainer, and there are 3 statistical points which add to that. I thought I should make it stat heavy, because Rashmi is quite happy with mathematics. So I said, let's make it stat heavy. So 87% of executives said that they were experiencing skill gaps in their workforce. So says McKinsey Global Survey. Now there is another survey by PwC of more than 5,000 CEOs, which says that 79% of CEOs say that lack of key skills is threatening the future growth of their organization. And the third thing is the World Economic Forum, which says that 54% of all workers will need to update or replace their competencies in the next 2 years. And what I would say, the word I would like to bring in here is digital fitness, not physical fitness, but digital fitness. All right. And digital fitness is all those modes by which you can enable your technology to come up. And today it is mind-boggling things by which you can learn. There are podcasts, there is gamification that you can do. There is some immersive skill building that can be done. You have multimedia content, and you have quizzes which are pushed to you even if you don't want them. And there are apps which will tell you that how technology savvy you are, right? So in fact, my son, when he's on the computer, I really don't know whether he's playing or he's upskilling, or why he's upskilling while playing, or whatever, right? So really one doesn't know these things. So the point is, upskilling is definitely a must, and disruption is the order of the day. And if companies do not upskill, then somebody else will come and disrupt whatever they are doing. And that they can't afford. So I think, as I said, it's a no-brainer. You have to upskill.
Interestingly, yesterday, so our discussion, Coffee with Mentors yesterday, was a topic that was skills of the future. And today it's about the upskilling methodology. So there are a lot of, I'd say correlation there. So the vice president of HR at Bosch Industries joined us yesterday, and he said that in their company they have a program that is called digital literacy program. So everyone on the starting from the shop floor all the way till the senior executive level goes through this program, and including their HR professionals. So it's like, you don't have to be the one, that was the discussion, you don't have to be the one coding, but you should understand the jargons, and that literacy is being brought out by corporates. I think that's one of the most beautiful corporate programs I've seen, because as somebody who is a mechanical engineer, manufacturing systems, industrial engineer, and I find it difficult myself to cope up with words, and there are no rocket science, and yet the jargon sometimes really scares us off, and that's true with everyone. So I'm really glad you brought that aspect about, digital fitness out here, and it ties back to our discussion yesterday. And so you were talking about some ways, in which people can upskill, and that actually goes to the next thread of the discussion, about what approaches can professionals take to upskill. And when I say professionals, I'm talking about three different rungs here. So there are people who are just starting out in the industry, and I believe they are much more tech savvy. And there are ones who are at the mid rung, who have been in the industry for the last 10, 15 years, and there are ones at the top. So for each one of them, the approach has to be systematically different. So what approach should they use, and what's more relevant from their standpoint when it comes to upskilling? That's something I want to open for discussion now.
Yeah, but before we go ahead, Sofia, I must say to you, in today's world, how the world has opened up. I am recently, I was binge watching a Mexican serial, right? And that is about tequila. So it is all about a company which is making tequila, and it is going through all the tops and turns and all the, all those things. What I'm trying to bring out is that in today's world, it's becoming more and more flat rather than round. And because it is turning flat, you need to now compete across borders. And the upskilling that you require is not limited by geographical factors. Right?
Exactly.
And so you better be fit or you are out. So fit or fat or whatever one may say, but yes. So now, you have come up with a very important aspect as to how how a professional should upskill. How can that professional do things? So I would say any upskilling, or has three aspects. One is up knowledge. Next is upskill, and third is up perform. So first you gain knowledge and see what you need to skill up for, because you just can't go and skill up yourself. Then you skill up yourself, and then we will discuss. I'm sure we will discuss what are the various modes by which, I don't want to steal that thunder. And and the third aspect is, of course, you have to up perform. And obviously, if you have a higher skill, you will up perform. And now coming to the aspect of upskilling, it can be, I would put it, it can be two ways. Either the organization upskills its members, or the members go about upskilling themselves and give a fait accompli to the organization that here I am, I have done all this. Now you better give me a better opportunity. So as far as organization is concerned, most organizations are project-based, if I may. Today's world, it is more not just a generic thing, but organizations are mostly project-based. And if it is very simple, if it is project-based, what you need to do is, have a huddle with all the managers and other such people who are there, say what is the project, lay down what are the requirements, then work out what are the types of skills that this project would require. Then you check your own kitty and see that who is currently skilled, who is not skilled. You see the trends which are required. Thereafter, you do you can. So this project may be a year's, maybe not just a 6 months project. It may be a 5-year project, 4-year project. So then you get your own people to upskill. It is always better to have own people upskill than outsourcing people, right? And you upskill them, and then before you upskill, you have to do a sort of analysis, a survey, a skill gap analysis, to see what are the types of skills that may be required, and thereafter you can obviously then you can task the people to upskill themselves and so on. So that is one way of looking at it. I'll quickly also suggest what I feel if one is project-based. Other is if it is a routine of a person who is like 9 to 6 type job, who is permanently there. How can they upskill? Right. One is, of course, the most famous route which companies follow is known as learning and L&D. That that often L&D is one thing which people hate, that because they are forced to study. But then again, upskilling through your workforce through L&D is definitely a must. Then you can also upskill people through job rotation. So you rotate before a person goes for a senior position, which happens in Amazon. It happens in Aditya Birla Group. Even now, they have those people who are in the a fast track, and these fast track guys are taken through HR, through marketing, through IT, and whatever before they go up. So that is the job rotation, and it is a quick rotation. It is not a year's rotation, maybe 3 months, 2 months. They get the idea and then they go. Then is job enlargement. You can give more tasks to people and they definitely are going to upskill. Then you have job enrichment you can do by, giving additional, give them opportunities to learn more things. And more important, now I'll come to two things. One is peer learning. You see, peer learning is a very good way of enhancing one's skills. And in the companies which encourage peer learning, save a lot of money in doing upskilling through a organized way of putting people through various things. Then, of course, is another very strong aspect is peer mentoring, right? A peer mentoring is something where you have a buddy system where the junior learns from the senior. So you have, typically what we say, the seniors, the old foggies, have a lot of knowledge, but they are totally zero in terms of skills. And it's a fact, most of us are like that. On the other hand, the youngsters are very sharp, right? But then they don't have the requisite experience and so on. So when you put them together, you have the best of everything. And so both learn from each other, right? And there is a new thing which is going on, which presently there is one organization which is upskilling almost all of their middle to senior management at ISB. So all of them together. So it is that a group learning which takes place. And as a group, when you learn, what happens, you leave no one behind. No one is, left behind. And there is that overall feeling in the organization that, yes, we are all learning for the better. So that entire group is able to learn together. So these are a number of ways which are now coming up for upskilling. And it's a very exciting times, I must say. So I think this was my take, Sofia. Now over to you to give some brilliant ideas.
No, thank you. I think you touched on so many points that are very important and that are currently working. Those types of methodologies are working and are used across continents and across industries. I think I would just add that sometimes, or the only way they could work is if you identify what you really need to learn. Because sometimes upskilling is like, I feel like access to different types of information in courses, and at the end of the day, skills is there, and you can easily subscribe to Coursera or EDX or Data Camp or all those platforms that are free and that are giving courses from recognized universities across the world. And people are posting, I got certified, but do you really need that certification? Are you going to actually put it to work? Sometimes I'm like, okay, it's so good that you found that you can learn and you can get certified, but is that what your industry really needs from you? When you enter the workforce, is that skill actually needed? I think we as individuals need to plan in a better way in which we can, in a long term, see, that's the skill that I'm going to need, right? And not learning skills that are already outdated. I think that's something very important that no one is telling anyone. So that's very important. So, and back to the point of digital fitness, I think, yes, digital fitness is for sure very important. But again, I think talking to people that are already have the knowledge for different digital skills like data analytics or that are data scientists, then going to them and asking them, hey, what's the path? What is it that you know? I am currently doing this. What do you think might work for me? Because I think no, not all of us need, for example, to learn how to code back end and front end. That's not necessary, right? That is specifically for app creations, for digital platforms. And that is not the same as data analytics. So I think that's something that we can save people from, like, do not learn to code in that sense, but learn to code in order to analyze data in case you need it, right? So I think, yes, those things are very important. And then I saw on the chat, just quick comment, I saw on the chat that it's 2 inches that the boat moved. So if there's anyone there that actually knows the correct dimensions from the movement, please just let us know, because 2 meters sounds very exciting. 2 feet is less than 2 meters. Then 2 inches is less than 2 feet, and that's just very sad. So just let us know the correct dimension. Yeah. And
Actually, it is 2 inches only. I also checked.
No.
But you know, it has moved. That is important. It has moved.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, Sofia, while you were speaking, another thing came to my mind, you know, by skilling. And that is in India, especially in olden times, there used to be only 3 or 4 professions. That my son or my daughter, I mean, firstly, it was never the daughter. It was, my son will either become an engineer, or he will become a doctor, or he will join the armed forces. Right? There was no fourth option or something like that. And whenever somebody, and to demonstrate that, there was a very popular Indian movie, Three Idiots, in which there was this guy who was becoming, on his way to, his father was forcing him to become an engineer. He wanted to be a wildlife photographer, and his father said, what nonsense are you up to? Okay. So what I'm coming to the point and context is that upskilling today is giving huge opportunities to youngsters, right? You need not be in, if you are working for a boring job, right? You need not stay there. You can upskill yourself in something else and start earning money there. I came across somebody who said that he's a YouTuber. I said, wow, what is a YouTuber? Is it a job? He said, yes, it is a job. And so a YouTuber, I always thought YouTube was to just watch things, but this guy is minting money by becoming a YouTuber. How he does that? He has done upskilled himself through various, like as you were mentioning, Coursera and other such things, upskilled himself like anything. And today he's making money. So what is happening by upskilling? It is not just about companies. It is not just about just individuals by themselves. It is about opening new vistas. You living your dream, what you want to do, your passion, you living your passion. That is enabled. That is a great thing today, which is.
I really like that you brought that up, because even yesterday we were talking about the concept of a polymath and how exactly all of this, all the silos that we have lived in and how we are transitioning to a world with digital silos now. And then now those boundaries are also nowhere to be seen. And even from like a corporate perspective, even from like somebody who's works in the supply chain and digitization, the boundaries, everyone's working towards a centralized technology stack wherein everything can be controlled by cross-functional set of people. And cross-functional was one of the most important takeaways even from yesterday. Now, I'm really glad you brought that up. In fact, in the context of upskilling and opening your avenues, there's also one more point that came in, and that is about digital literacy. And it ties back to what Sofia was saying, and we had, again, a little bit of conversation around this. Not everyone needs to learn to code. And there are positions, there is no clarity. There is no information sharing. People do not know what exactly my job entails, what is expected of me. And I'll give an example wherein somebody was hired to be a functional consultant, but was expected to do coding on ground. And when I heard the example, it was pretty shocking for me, because they have like a lineage of education and a lot of degrees and, upskilling methodologies that you mentioned about that have gone into it already. And yet the expectation was different. So where do you get this clarity? I think this is where what Colonel, you mentioned about peer learning and peer communities. And that's exactly what we are trying to do here. We are trying to have solid conversations around, because you'll always get some sort of biased information from, either if you're getting some information from your company, it'll be biased based on their lens, because they're looking at from their lens, and then from the education lens it'll be completely different. So how do you match make the academia, research, professional learning, and put it together from the real perspective and more practical aspect? This is where peer learning, peer community, mentoring comes into picture, wherein we need all that support. So this is what I understood from all the points that you mentioned, and this is how I am taking it all away. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so we did touch upon, so we talked about a lot of methodologies here, and we touched base on some of the tools that can be used. Now I do want to bring, like I talked about, a different lens of looking at things. So there are online study forums, there are webinars, there are conferences like this, there are certification, then there's a proper degree, then there's an on-job learning, training. How do I know which is the best for me? There are so many options. So I think, like we were just mentioning about that, yes, up in today's world, the avenues are open, but then there is so much to choose from, and so many good options to choose from. Which do I pick?
Like the Indian cricket team today, right? There are so many options, you don't know which team to select, right? That's always good. Problem of plenty.
I mean, yes, how do you actually tackle that? Because as we said, there is limited resources in terms of time and money. I mean, I only have 24 hours in a day. There's only so much I can do with a job, because this is upskilling and then implementing in a job. How do I make that choice? What is the best approach to that? I'd love to hear on that.
Sofia.
Yeah. I think one, you mentioned something before, that it's clarity. And I think clarity is the thing that you need in order to decide which road to take. And if your company is not like corporate level, or even in HR, they do not give you that type of clarity, then you have to find it individually. So if you are currently in a job and you're seeing that you are falling behind in a particular thing, I'll give my own example just to help people visualize it. I found out that we do a lot of SQL queries for, to access data. And yes, you can ask all the programmers we have in the company to do it for you. But I found out that there is a long queue of tasks and it takes very long time. So what I did is, okay, well, perhaps I'll learn SQL and do my own consults myself, and perhaps that's faster, right? And yes, I found out it's faster, and that's what I started upskilling in. So how to use SQL for accessing databases, right? Or at least to understand the type of queries that I'm seeing that are already existing in the file from my company, and perhaps one of them will work for the thing that I am trying to solve, right? So I think that's the first thing you should do. Identify what are the things you're missing in your job that you could do better in a better way, faster, or that you see that your peers are doing better. So how did they come to do it better? If it is a language barrier, if it is a digital language barrier, or if it is something more in a basic or foundational level like statistics, or even Excel that, oh my God, I don't know how to do these dynamic tables. Go ahead and look it up and take action for your own path. But yes, it's identifying the key needs that you need for your particular role. And lastly is if you are about to enter the workforce, or if you're planning to move from a different career path to another, it's also identifying which are the things that will help me build a bridge in order to cross it and then land in the place that I want to be. But then again, it is very important to have a clear, define where you want to go, right? I know it's hard, and perhaps I think most interview questions, when they ask you, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Perhaps 10 years, it's a very long time. So short it up and do, I don't know, 1 year, at least 1 year, and say, in 1 year, I want to be here. How do I get there? And continue, try to stick to the plan and get there, right?
Extremely exciting. In fact, yesterday discussion pointed that, you know what, keep asking yourself every year, where do you want to be in next 5 years? And every year just ask yourself, where do I see myself in 5 years? And I love the fact that you mentioned that we need to shorten that horizon even further. And there was an example that they pointed out yesterday, that most of the skills, one of the panelist daughters, is 16 and is asking what I need to do with my life. And they said that I can't answer that question. I just have 35% visibility into the skills of the future. If it suits you, fair enough. If it does not, you are on your own. So I think the curiosity aspect, the problem solving aspect, the innovation becomes much more relevant now, because we just have to reinvent ourselves every year, like you say, Sofia.
I think one last point on that, I think not only learning skills is the only way to upskill. I don't know if that sounded right or not, but once again, look for experiences that will get you closer to that path you want to go, or to that destination. Yeah, and they ask experiences. This is an experience. We are experiencing a panel discussion that is telling you where, some tips on how to upskill, right? So this is an experience. Will ask yourself, is this moment actually making me get closer to where I want to go? If not, get out of here. Go and look for one that will, right? If yes, stay here and continue the discussion and continue interacting with us. But that's the point. So webinars, conferences, books, reading is amazing, and it could be either a novel or an academic book. I love academic books, but if you're not that type of person, then just go ahead and look for the thing that actually suits you. It's not a general norm to say, yeah, this has worked for this amount of people, it will work for you. No, you have to identify your own recipe for success.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, Sofia. That keeps, and that's a reminder I keep giving myself as well personally. So there's a glut of resources right now which are available. And every time you open LinkedIn, there is obviously someone who's trying to prove a point. Frankly, I'm also one of those people, because I'm in a competition with myself. Am I doing better? Am I getting there? One more certification, one more thing. So there's always this competition that's always, there. And you're, and a lot of us struggle with the aspect of relevance in today's world. I believe that the competition is much higher right now, and because of the high visibility factor that social media brings, and particularly when LinkedIn brings in for you, so what everyone has been up to. We have known for decades and centuries now that there are great people in the world, and now they're all on your LinkedIn profile. So that there's that aspect, and that's so scary. And while that is scary, I think that discussions like these will just remind you time and again that, where exactly you need to refocus and, concentrate your energies on. And I'll relate back to the closing point for yesterday's discussion, like this said. It's okay. You can have all sorts of degrees, certificates, and upskilling, all those things in the world. Look for happiness at the end of the day. Whatever makes you happy is the ultimate, goal. So that's the aspect I wanted to bring in, because as somebody who's constantly on LinkedIn, it's tough for me also to keep up. So we'll transition more into LinkedIn and how to leverage it, going a little forward. But Colonel, we'd love to hear from you on this.
Yeah, of course. So I would like to, the very fact that you asked now the difference between webinars, certifications, and degrees. There is something which, there is a trend which has made this happen. See, first is, of course, the aspect of gig economy, right? Yeah, so because the gig economy has come in, now not everyone is looking for degrees, right? There are certifications. If I want to learn how to, repair a tap, I don't need a degree in mechanical engineering for that, which is asking for too much. Okay, so that is one thing. I may design a tap using mechanical engineering, but if I want to repair it, I'm sorry. I mean, that is what. So, and that was one thing. And the other aspect is that going ahead, Sofia, for you, especially in India, we have the national education policy which has come up and which has now given an impetus to vocational training in the country. All right. So I know up till now, if I go back to the movies, Indian movies and all, you will find that if the son is a cobbler or who's cleaning shoes, boots and everything, the parents used to say, what nonsense, tu abhi tak engineer nahi bana. Teri to zindagi, your life has gone. You have not become an engineer. Your life has gone, totally gone. So now that has slowly changing. See, the point is, these certifications are good if they get food for your stomach once you have done them. If there is no food in your stomach after a certification, you will go run after the degree, right? So, I mean, keeping that true, I would say that if you ask me the difference between certification, degrees, and what to take, it depends on three things, I will put it. McKinsey way is to bring out everything in three. That is, they have identified that a person, when you give them two, that person is unsatisfied. Okay? What is this? There is something more which should have been there. Or if you give that person four, he is or she is this thing. So they gave three. And I always compare it, I'm going, sorry, vaguely here and there. If you go to the Indian villages, right? So you go to any dispensary out there, they will have bottles of colored water lined up out there, right? So, and either bottles of colored water or injections. Okay. So any person, any gaon, the villager who comes there feels totally dissatisfied unless they had 2 or 3 types of colored waters, right? If that is given, it may be a placebo, right? But then that person is very happy. Yes, I've got the placebo. On the other hand, is of course, if that person feels serious, that there is something seriously wrong with me, then that person will not stop until an injection is given, right? So sorry, I went way off, but what I was trying to say today, in today's world, so there are 3 things, coming back to those 3 things that I'm talking about. One is how much of time commitment is required. See, typically certification requires less time. A degree, we all know, nothing less than 3 years to be respectable enough and so on, right? So that is one thing you should understand. What is your ambition? What do you want to do, right? If you are taking a certification, is it a life-changing learning? Then obviously you need a degree. Certification may not be absolutely life-changing, right? So that was one. The other point I want to bring about is that of what is the prerequisite that you have. See, in a degree in India, you have to have a class 12th or class 11th you should have done. Whereas for a certification, you need nothing, right? So again, if you want a degree without doing class 10th, 11th, 12th, obviously you can't do that, right? So you have to know for yourself what is it like. And the third aspect which I would like to bring out is that the amount of coursework that you are ready to do. In a degree, there is so much of effort you have to put in. Of course, not that there is, even in a certification, there is some amount of coursework required. But of course, if you compare both, a degree is far more difficult to do. So keeping these three things in mind, so you have, webinars, you have, as you said, you have webinars, you have, what are the other things you have talked about? There are forums. So forum is something which like people are attending right now. This is a forum. They will get an idea, very quick idea as to what is it's a pointer. Before this, Professor Sundar, Pratap Sundar gave some very, important aspects of design. I just heard a little bit. So that is a forum in which it gives you a pointer as to where you can go further. So these are very important again, but you can't compare them to a degree, obviously. Then other thing is the certification. Again, if I want to, do a side job besides doing studying or something, if I am interested in, opening a shop to repair cycles, maybe road cycles for that matter, I can do a certification, learn from that, and I can start earning money on the side or something like that. Or if I want to, say, use Python to do some amount of data crunching for a company or something. So that can also work. And degree today is for people who are serious about studies, who want to become, use those black, thick specs and become professors, or maybe a MTech or a master's or something who want to do. So who want to change at a basic level, things at the level of principles and other such. Those people will look to, I'm saying going ahead, not today, but going ahead, degrees would be for people who are serious about studies. Diploma certification is for people who are serious about, start earning money in a shorter time frame, right? And so on, and these are the, so it is very simple, depending upon what is it that you want to do with your life and at which stage of your life you are. If you are a youngster who is just, just about finished school, definitely degree can be a very good experience for you. But in case you are a 30 years or a 35-year-old guy who has not been bitten by the PhD bug or research bug, that person can do so many of the certifications which can be there, right? So you don't have to go running for a degree of these things. So that's what I'm trying to say, that it is depending upon your circumstances, it depending upon the money you have, of course, and the money you want to earn in the short term, money you want to earn in the long term. So as I said, a lot of flexibility is there, a lot of openings are there for you. It is a problem of the plenty, as Rashmit was saying. There's a real problem of the plenty, and you have to decide, you have to prioritize. And what happens invariably is people want to do everything and they do nothing. So you have to prioritize and do your selection as to what you want.
Thank you for sharing that, Colonel. In fact, it kind of reminds me of again, I'd say from the discussions we've been having, all these in the last 2 days, I'd say is problem of the plenty is not just with education, it's pretty much with the technology stack to use. That's a big question everyone's asking, which technologies to use, what to invest in. So it's basically about prioritization and coming up with creative solutions. And I heard this fancy word in one of the ISB webinars itself, that we have to become a solution evangelist. And no matter what skill you actually need to have for the same, I know it's a fancy word for somebody who wants to do problem solving has been done by consulting for many years now, many moons, but yet they are looking for different cognitive the cognitive diverse mindset on the table. And that is where it ties back to our first discussion as well, that you need all sorts of people on the table, all sorts of skill on the table as we move forward, because the problems of the world are pretty much different from what they have been all these centuries now. And I think all the concepts of sustainability, innovation, problem solving, creativity comes back here. So there has to be like a more of like a cross functional kind of an understanding in everything we do. And I love the fact that you broke down each and every skill, that at different age groups what needs to be done. So we are towards the end of last leg of this session. So I particularly wanted to focus on leveraging LinkedIn, uh, because it's become the new Facebook, like they say, but then it's still much more relevant. There's a lot of content there, but a lot of people don't know how to leverage it. There are multiple aspects there. There's people think that LinkedIn is just for recruitment, and that's a myth. So I want you two to talk about the aspects of personal branding, how to leverage your profile for the same, and the aspects of, and how do you leverage your network, because some people don't understand the importance of network, and they just think it's just a set of connections I have. How do we leverage all of that and use them in upskilling, and even for our career growth? So that's the last question for this discussion I have for the two of you.
That's like 5 questions, but okay, Rashmi.
I said, as usual, Sofia to start.
Well, I think first, LinkedIn is not to search for, or to search in order to get a job. So take that off your mind. It is not for that. I think we've all been told that it is for that, but no. So ignore that part. Second of all, I try to get to like an analogy or something, but LinkedIn is like a place where you actually meet people and create relationships. And you have to nurture your relationships, as in life, right? If you had a friend in elementary school, but you stopped talking to that friend, perhaps if you like 10 years after that, you go and say, hey, we went to elementary school together. Can you give me a job? How will that friend react to you? Okay, just think about that. It won't work. So you have to keep talking to people and nurture relationships. And I'm not saying that it's wrong to ask for a job to someone that is on LinkedIn. It's not wrong. I wouldn't use it for that. But if you want to generate the space in which an opportunity can grow, and then you can harvest that tree of opportunity, you have to nurture it. I mean, I don't think no one likes, I don't like when people send me their CVs directly, just adding me and sending me their CVs. First of all, I'm not a recruiter, so perhaps that I won't be observed for you. And then sometimes they ask for a job that I'm not even in that industry, right? So yeah, don't be like straight to the point and asking for, I know there's a proverb, or well, at least in my religion, there's like ask and they shall give, right? It doesn't work like that, okay? Sorry. So, well, I think that's my first tip for LinkedIn. And then the second tip is to actually engage in conversation, actually tell us, like people that are on LinkedIn love to learn from others, know how others think, what's going on in different parts of the world, how do people view a certain, I don't know, aspect, if they have an opinion on something. And that's what's interesting about LinkedIn. And the other side is that you can comment and they will reply to you. But if you just post and then do not reply to the people that are asking you something, then the interaction dies, and then, yeah. So I think that's how the network works.
Thank you for that, Sofia. I do have some points to add there, but Colonel, we'd love to hear from you first on this.
Yeah, of course. I think, firstly, LinkedIn is something which is like an iceberg, right? What you see is just the tip. And right down below, there is a lot of activity which is you can do. In fact, today, I was going through LinkedIn in the morning, and I was pleasantly surprised to find that there's something known as real-time workforce insights, which are available on LinkedIn. Okay, and I was reading a blog out there, and I found that it says it has researched a large number of surveyed a large number of men and women, and has said that in today's world, with the new technologies like AI and deep thinking and others, whatever is coming up, it is becoming even further more and more a man's world, right? That's what LinkedIn says, because women by nature are really not that tech savvy as the males are. I mean, that is what LinkedIn says. So please don't fight with me here. That's what LinkedIn says. And it says that, if you see, they have, once you go there, you'll find that they have drawn up a sort of chart where you have the job profile, and you have the number of percentage of males and percentage of women there. And so the percentage of women is higher only in services which are related to where there is a direct one-to-one interaction and so on. That is where the women are more. In all other types of jobs, it says, well, men are more. So what? Okay, so that the issue of discussion is not that. The issue of discussion is that LinkedIn gives you some very deep insights as to what type of skills you should be ready for, which you should go for. And then they don't come out and they just don't pluck it off a tree. They are doing some surveys. They are analyzing the number of jobs which are there. You'll be surprised to know that LinkedIn has more than 12 billion data points on talent. More than 12 billion data points, right? So with that many data points, they are able to tell you as to what, and that is another thing which I should say. If you go to LinkedIn Learning, right? LinkedIn Learning, there they have certain blogs which are again there, and that is where they have compared a particular type of role as to what are the skills which are required for that. Besides that, it will tell you a parallel role. What are the skills which are required for that role, and what is the overlap of skills which is there? So imagine with such data strong, data heavy information which is available to you. If you are a regular follower of LinkedIn, you will tend to get the right type of inputs. So as we said now, as Rashmit was also saying, and I also mentioned that there is a problem of plenty. How do you narrow down that problem of plenty is by using this knowledge which is available in a source. It's that iceberg below the water where you have to go, right? To understand as to what LinkedIn is providing to you. I seriously say there are 3 things in LinkedIn which one should go to. One is LinkedIn Learning, one is LinkedIn Recruiter, and third is LinkedIn Talent Insights, right? These 3 are, which are the least approached by people. Most of us go to the page of LinkedIn and see, okay, I will just change my profile. I'll see what is there, what are the articles and so on, and we are done with it. But there is a lot more which is there. And and you forget that also. Today we are on LinkedIn. This is what is happening on LinkedIn. I mean, we got through each other is, I know of a gentleman, I am telling you who, from, I won't name the college, so he's a professor there. He conducted an entire 3-day session for all people, totally on LinkedIn. Right from the source, from it is showcasing what is the concept note till such time the last speaker has spoken and everything. It was all there on LinkedIn. So imagine the strength, the strong aspects that LinkedIn can bring in. So it is, and one more thing, as you have also brought out, Sofia, is that it is very necessary for us to build up a strong profile on LinkedIn, because quite a few jobs can come your way, because recruiters find it easier rather than going through a headhunter agency and paying a bomb to them. Why not go to LinkedIn and search for people? And surprisingly, I'll say one thing: while Facebook generally is what you want to be, right? In Facebook, you put what you want to be. All your photographs are so beautiful. All your write-ups are so, I mean, it looks as if you are really, really living your life. Everyone looks like that, right? That they're living their life. Whereas in LinkedIn, there is a sense of reality, which you will find that people generally are writing what they are doing, right? And not what they want in life. I mean, which is there for Facebook is for that, right? So there is that essential difference between the two. And I would say one thing for sure, that a person who can leverage LinkedIn the right way has a very handy tool which that person can utilize to jumpstart or take the career to the next level. That is so. And I'm sure most of you youngsters which are there are quite savvy about. I mean, if people could be as savvy about LinkedIn as they are for LinkedIn, sorry, I said wrong, can be as savvy for LinkedIn as they are with Facebook, I assure you they will be lesser on Facebook, and because they will be more busy doing their jobs, right? New jobs, right? That's all I want to say.
You actually hammered the nail on the head there, Colonel. And as for somebody who eats, sleeps, and breathes LinkedIn pretty much every day, I get up in the middle of my sleep and I'm checking LinkedIn. There are some tips I want to leave for folks in the way I have leveraged LinkedIn. And I think those are my 2 cents in addition to this conversation. I'll give you examples. I tried writing 3 or 4 research papers last year, which is very stupid as an approach, because research needs to be in depth. But, and I made those submissions and I definitely got comments there as to what needs to be added. So I took that research further, the direction changed. But I managed to post those articles as my own articles because they had value. They had substantial value for a beginner, not enough for a research or somebody who knows a lot in the field. So I posted those LinkedIn articles, became like a great hit. And I managed to connect with some amazing set of people who showed up at the conference today. Some of them as speakers, some of them as advocates and advisors. That's one way to leverage it. Second way that I found out was a lot of people don't know how much they should be paid for the jobs that they are doing. And you depend on all. So you can actually get salary insights geography wise on LinkedIn. Compared to others, when I talk about the search engine optimization aspect, compared to all other platforms, if you make your profile on LinkedIn and if you input the right keywords, the first link that will show up on Google search will be your LinkedIn profile and any article or any post that you have written. So it has the best analytics that can be leveraged at the moment. Facebook used to have this 10 years back. Now it has all changed. It has become so close and a lot of sponsored content is being floated. But LinkedIn is still that tool that you can definitely leverage. And lastly, I want to add the fact that Colonel mentioned about women not being on the platform. Yes, there is a huge gap of women not knowing how to leverage LinkedIn. But interestingly, I'll say that I've met so many men who are just there for job search, and then I have a very interesting conversation with them that how they can leverage it. And that's the thing about community work. I'd say. And that's exactly what we are here for having such interesting conversations. So on that note, I would be closing this session so that we can take a couple of minutes of break before the closing session for Technology Conclave. So Colonel Rajiv and Sofia, thank you so much for taking time out. I've been saying this, it's a festive long weekend and you're here on the Sunday late evening. So thank you so much for sharing your views on this. And I'm pretty sure this is not the last engagement we will have. So thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to your discussion.
Yeah, thank you. And since you talked about LinkedIn, Sophia, I've just sent you an invite, a friendship invite. Please do accept it.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and
I mean,
Rashmi, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like another example is like Rashmi and I, we haven't met in person. Okay, so everything has been online, and everything has been through LinkedIn, and yeah, so it does work. There are a lot of success stories there, but you have to put in the work. It does not work magically, like you create your profile and then that's it. But I mean, it does work. So yeah, thank you so much for having us, Rashmi, and of course, looking forward to any other event or idea or project that you have, because for sure you have a brilliant mind and a heart that is always on fire, looking for the next thing. And yeah.
And thank you so much from my side also. And I can see Professor Subodha already there. Hello, Professor. Always a pleasure meeting you. And I'm sure these people are in for a treat by the way you teach.
Thank you, Mr. Bhargava.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank
I'm
you,
actually...
Rashmi, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us. And like I said, I could not have found like a better session to end the 2-day long conference. So Professor Subodha, allow me to tell you that we have been on for the last 2 days. We had 4 hours of sessions on Saturday, and we've been on for the last 5 hours here. So it's bright morning for you, and we are excited to end the conclave with a bang. So welcome to the session. But for the benefit of those who have not had the honor to study from you, allow me to introduce you to them. So everyone who's been with us, we are doing this session on the topic use of big data in manufacturing industry. It's a masterclass. And I mean, of course, so we'll be getting into the depth of the practical applications, but I want to introduce our speaker, I call him Professor Subodha Kumar. So he's the Paul R. Anderson Distinguished Chair Professor of Marketing and Supply Chain Management and the founding director of the Center of Business Analytics and Disruptive Technologies at the Temple University's Fox School of Business. He also serves as the PhD concentration advisor for operations and supply chain management. He has been awarded a Changyang's, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Scholars Chair Professorship by the China's Ministry of Education. He's also a visiting professor at the Indian School of Business. He has served as the faculty of University of Washington and Texas A&M University. He was elected to become a Production and Operation Management Society Fellow in 2019. And he has published more than 150 papers in reputed journals and referred conferences. He has been ranked #1 worldwide for publishing in information systems research. In addition, he has authored a book chapters in Harvard Business School cases and in Ivy Business School cases. He's routinely cited in different media outlets, including the NBC, CBS, Fox, and Business Week and the New York Post. He's the deputy editor of Production and Operational Management Journal and the founding executive editor of Management and Business Review. Professor, we are honored to have you here. Thank you so much for taking out time and being with us here today. Over to you now.
Thank you for having me, Rashmi. It's nice seeing you. It's nice seeing Colonel Bhargava again. We have long association. And I'm really delighted and see a lot of people are here. So I'm glad to see all of you here. See, what I'm going to do today, I believe I have around 50 minutes, right, Rashmi? So now 50 minutes or so, right?
Yes, 50 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So what I will try to do in this time is just give a flavor of where I feel the whole manufacturing and supply chain area is moving. What are the new trends that we also look out for? And also talk about some of the examples, like some of the things in the technology sector we talk about, they are the future. but unless we can see what is happening through some cases and examples, we don't conceptualize that. So I'm going to do that right now. And feel free to ask any questions. I have kept my here participant. Do we have chat button here? Let me see if I have. I'll keep that on also in case anybody has any questions. Feel free to interrupt and ask questions. We'll keep it interactive. We don't have to wait till last minute. Yeah, I might. I don't know whether you're allowed to write in the chat, but yeah, if you can always put your hand up and I'll let you ask any questions. So let it be interactive, and you can always write to me even after the talk. Feel free to answer any question. And Rashmit, I hear that you're doing great job in organizing this event. So really great to see that. So let's get started. I'll right away jump into what are the current and future technology trends in manufacturing. And there are few places who always comes with that. Forbes come with that. Gartner come with their list every year in the start of the year. And I was looking at the latest list of Forbes, which came just a few weeks back. And the one thing they talk about move to globalization. Now, that was a new term that you might have seen. Some of you might have seen it. The idea here is that you combine globalization and localization. And there's a big push on that. And the biggest reason why we are moving into that in manufacturing is that when you think of the trade-off in manufacturing, we always deal with two trade-offs. One is that you want to have high responsiveness. You should be able to respond to the demand very quickly. And at the same time, which we refer to as responsiveness in the world of supply chain and manufacturing. So you want to be very high responsiveness, but at the same time, you want to improve efficiency, which talks mostly about the cost. So I want to reduce the cost, but I want to respond very quickly. Now, the problem is that most of the time, these two objectives conflict with each other. And if you want to be very responsive, then the only way you can do is that you keep everything close to where you need to supply and you keep a lot of buffer, which is not very cheap. And if you want to run shop very tight, like you want to run at very high efficiency at a very high utilization, then you want to reduce your overhead, or you want to reduce your buffer, like what we say, become lean. And there was a big push on becoming lean in manufacturing in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Now, because of that overemphasis on lean, and I'm not against lean, by the way, I think lean is very important, but the balance is very important. And we saw supply chain breakdowns, and mainly because we were not able to produce or we were not able to deliver, right? So the lot of push is going on right now in last couple of months is that what do we do once we get out of the pandemic? One was that over-reliance on China in terms of all the manufacturing. So we really need to find a way out. I don't think we can continue doing that as a global economy. But more than that, what can we do to balance out globalization and localization? And we have tendency to go at one or the other extreme. We first thought that everything should be local and just in time we can deliver as soon as we want, right? That's what happened in 60s, 70s, 80s. In 90s and 2000, we moved towards all the outsourcing, and we wanted to make sure we get it cheapest, right? The classic example was Boeing Dreamliner, where they outsourced it to more than 50 countries, and they wanted to get parts from that. So we have gone into this different extremes, but the push is going to be next 1 year, how we can balance it out. So that will be an interesting thing, and I'll talk about how technology can play a role. But more than that, technology is a strategic decision. We don't want toilet papers to go out of shelf again, and many other things that we could not have. You didn't have any cheese in US stores, which was a big deal here in the grocery stores. Another thing is shifting to the edge, and that is related to the first trend. The shifting to the edge really is talking about you have to be innovative, and you have to not just follow the trend, you have to go be ahead of the trend. And that's where I want to focus my time today. In order to be successful in this industry, we can't just try to see what is going on and just be a part of that. You have to think what works for you. And many times, what is going on in the industry may be perfect for you, many times not. Then how do we work it out? 3D printing, of course, was there for last several years, but it got a big surge right now because we saw 3D printing of the parts when they are not available. Now, this was a wake-up call in my sense, because a lot of things that we could not produce right now, we could do 3D print right away. Now, there have been papers I have written about that. There are other people have written about that in last 3-4 years before the pandemic, that that whole idea of bringing it localization was that bring all the items close to you. In manufacturing, we should think of 3D printing as a good alternative, because there you can print whenever you want, but the cost may be a little high, but you are reducing other supply chain costs. And how you can do that? So 3D printing is done mostly in 2 reasons. One is that I cannot produce this part at all. I don't have enough capability to produce. We don't have the machines like in healthcare or in aviation sector. Some of the parts we just cannot produce. So 3D printing is a good solution. Second reason is that it will reduce my total supply chain cost. What I mean by that, I can produce it whenever I need. I don't have to store it. Now, in case of pandemic, most of the 3D printing surge happened because of the first reason, right? Because we didn't have items. The manufacturing stores were closed because of lockdowns or because the workers getting sick and so on. So I'll get into that, where we stand in terms of 3D printing and where I think the future will go. And we need a supportive IT structure infrastructure to support all of that, all the initiatives. Of course, that's where the AI, machine learning and all come into play. And the AI itself should be more human-centered. We can't have an AI which is like not designed towards what human need. And that's where I will get into some examples. And these are, I agree with this completely with these trends. They have done a good job in looking out. And then IoT or industrial IoT, what we refer to in manufacturing, is the industrial Internet of Things. So my goal will be to focus on each of these aspects today in the limited time. They also talk about the supply chain technology trends to watch, and this came in late December. And this was an interesting thing. They tried to put all these trends into this curve. And the curve here talks about that you have a performance curve, and this is that where the technology stand. And I'm going to place different technology here according to the article, by the way, and some of them I agree, some of them I don't, and I'll talk about that. So one thing they told is a lot of hype. Hype does not mean it's bad. It is just not been proven yet, okay? And there are no killer examples, okay? Now, internet was in this category in '93, by the way, where I put 5G. So it does not mean that internet was bad, right? In fact, there is a very interesting video of Bill Gates in 1995. He was in David Letterman late night show. And if you haven't seen, search for it, you should watch that. And basically, David Letterman says it was 95 September, October, not that early actually, after Amazon had started already. So basically, he says that I hear about internet, but as David Letterman says that I'm totally unsold on the idea. It's another hype, and it's never going to be a reality. And explain me why I should think internet will change the world. And Bill Gates tries for 5 minutes, and he does not succeed. He cannot explain clearly why internet should be a big thing. He gives many examples. You can record games, you can watch games whenever you want, you can search for the items. And Letterman basically told, see, come on, we already have that. We have tape recorders, we have VCRs where we can record all the games. For searching, we have yellow books. Why do we need another thing for that? How is it going to help us? Chat rooms, he was telling that it's a bad idea anyway. So it was not very clear that why we need. 5G is in that stage. I think it has potential, but it has not been shown yet. But the bigger thing which people compare with internet is blockchain. And blockchain in my mind is going to be bigger than what we did with internet, and for many reasons. And I'm going to talk about some of the examples that was going on. But, you know, if we what we saw during the pandemic is clear signal that we need to have two things. One is that clear visibility in our manufacturing and supply chain sector, that everybody should know where the demand is and where in more real time and as soon as it can happen. And the second thing is that we need more validity of the data, because what is going on right now, a lot of attacks as well as deep fake and all those things are coming. And what we are going to see is that a lot of fake data is going to appear in the system, and that could create a lot of problem in manufacturing and supply chain. Then second layer comes promising, where of course there's a lot of promise, but ROI has not been clearly shown. And there comes the AI, machine learning, deep learning. So I'll get into that. And autonomous trucking, which is clearly becoming already a big factor. It was a little bit slowed down. So it has two effects. It's got slowed down because of pandemic, but it also got accelerated because people realize that we need that. Otherwise, we will be in similar situation again. So I'll touch into that as well. And then comes where is high ROI, but not widely adopted robotic process automation. It is, you can see it all. Amazon fulfillment center are running with them. FedEx is using quite a lot of them. But why it's not everywhere? Although I'll tell you that it is almost coming in everywhere. There are a lot of grocery store in Philadelphia I saw right before pandemic. I haven't been to any grocery store in last 1 year. I'm more on the conservative side person. But right before pandemic, they started running these robots, which will run all around the store, by the way. And their goal was that it will detect any spillage or anything. So if there's any spillage, it used to alert manager right away. And they were telling that they are planning to have a newer version which will even clean floors and all if it is not too big. So those things are coming. Now that I say in our day-to-day life, right? So you can see that happening. They are doing. I was at Seoul airport, and all the worry about which terminal I have to go, which has terminal chain. It was all through those robots. So at Seoul airport, and I believe Singapore now is putting them too. There are a lot of robots walking around. You just go and ask any of them that what is the current terminal number for my flight, which I think is a great idea in the airport setting, right? So airport, you are always running late and you're looking for that monitor that where is my terminal and which direction I have to run. So we are seeing it. I will say that we are seeing it, but it's not there, although we know that the potential is extremely high. So I'll talk about that. So in terms of the next 30, 35, 40 minutes, I'm going to talk about each of them, which is based on the technology trends I just saw. And one of the things I do with my center is that solve a lot of these problems. So I keep always watch out for that. And one thing I want you to take out is that rather than following this, since everybody is doing, you don't have to do it. And since nobody is doing, that does not mean you cannot do. You have to see what fits best for you and how can we ask those hard questions that which technology we go with. That's my purpose here, to illustrate through this idea. Now go to blockchain. As I told, blockchain has the potential at least to become at least as big as internet or even bigger than internet. And one of the biggest thing happen in manufacturing and supply chain is that Walmart is requiring all of their lettuce and spinach suppliers to join blockchain. And they gave this mandate before the pandemic. And their deadline was September of 2019. And their plan was that in 2020, they will mandate it for almost food manufacturers, meat suppliers, everywhere they would do that, which certainly has got delayed now. But they will do it very soon. Now you will say that why blockchain? And why for lettuce and spinach? So first of all, in terms of the key benefits of blockchain is that blockchain essentially gives you complete visibility. And the data does not get input by somebody where Rashmit, what do you mean? I needed to see this graph.
Well, I saw that particular graph, Professor, and there's so much buzz across technology in today's world,
Really.
and it's kind of scary for people to, choose amongst the same. So I think you talked a lot about relevance when you showed that
Yeah.
particular graph there. So I think that's one of the most unique things I've seen. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, no. So I agree. I agree. There are too many things going on. And I'll tell you one thing, in last 2 years, and mostly before the pandemic, people will come and say, can you help us going through the journey of blockchain for us? I always ask, why do you want to do blockchain? Rather than how to go there, right? You should ask that question. And many times people don't have answer. And we have burned our hand with dot-com boom in 2000. When internet came, why so many companies failed in 2000 was that it was not that internet was bad, not at all, which still some of the articles say that internet caused a lot of damage. Internet never caused the damage. The irresponsible use of internet caused the damage. And I see the similar thing happening with blockchain. Actually, pandemic did one very positive thing. Before pandemic, everybody was rushing for blockchain, but now what has happened, I see more selective people are going for that, those who see the clear ROI. So I will say that was a positive thing because having cash crunch, but at the same time, it has also slowed down where it could have gone. So let's go back to why lettuce and spinach, right? So lettuce and spinach are the typical source of E. coli. And whenever this E. coli spread happens, it is very hard to figure out where this batch was coming from. So what they do, they shut down the whole thing. And that always there's a lag in that. In the process, a lot of people get this disease. So the idea here is that, first of all, have a complete visibility of the data. So you know what has come from where. Second, what it has gone through. And that data is collected at source through sensors. Nobody's entering the data in these blockchains most of the time. So when you're collecting data from sensors, what really happens is that it is what you will do is that you will exactly see where the problem lies. So fixing is very easy. It can reduce cost significantly. It can save lives substantially. So that is the reason. But they are expanding to many other areas. That's what you will see. And that's where the whole manufacturing and supply chain have to rethink. When Walmart implemented RFID tags, the whole manufacturing sector had to change the way they produce and supply. So how blockchain can reduce waste and fraud in pharmacy? Again, the whole pharmacy discussion did not start just because of pandemic. It was well before that. 2019 was the year when we started talking about how blockchain can reduce waste and fraud in pharmacy. And companies like Novartis and many others, Pfizer, they invested heavily in blockchain in 2019 and 2018. And these are the companies who got benefited when the need came. And one of the reasons why they were doing is that nearly half of the companies are doing, and they open up the possibility of gaining access to the data that they could not. And as you know, in healthcare, pharmacy is like oil companies. There are a lot of similarities. So I was talking to one of the CEOs in Houston oil company. We used to do executive programs for them. And when I was looking at their data, they keep drilling all the time, but they don't get oil, right? So what really happens, I told you, and a lot of their optimization projects, which they used to give to us, were like how to optimize the drilling process, where to drill. And some of the drilling machines were $10 million one-time use. So, they have to decide where to put those machines and where they need to put cheaper machines. Simple trade-off is that if I put cheaper machine and there was a potential of lot of oil, I will waste the money. If I put very expensive machine and the oil does not come out, then the machine is gone, right? So he told that we keep drilling, and if we get one good oil well in 25 years, we get a lot more money. Even if we get in 40, we are break even, right? And he said an average, we get every 20 years or so, one of them. Pharmacy is exactly like that. You need a lot of research to keep working on new kind of drugs. Now, not everything works. In pharmaceutical, those who are involved, you would know that a lot of R&D work go to waste or not properly utilized. So there's a lot of work on how to invest correctly in that. And that's where you need a lot of data. And blockchain is making that possible. That's one of the big reasons why pharmaceuticals are investing heavily in that. And also another part is that, which is a big part, is the fraudulent drugs. See, this part is a big thing right now. Even in the US, the fraudulent drugs have started coming through different channels. And in other countries, it's even bigger problem. Now with blockchain, it's out of question. It's not going to happen. You cannot have this kind of fraudulent drugs in the system. And that is another big reason why we see that. Now, how blockchain is changing all this manufacturing and supply chain? I'll give you some examples. Automotive supplier payments, for example, Bajaj Electricals have already adopted part of that. They allow the transfer of funds anywhere without the need for traditional banking. So that makes it much faster, secure, and rapid, and so on. Meat traceability, which is another place where all of these things happen. Again, don't think that I was showing this slide, by the way, in 2019, some of these applications, not related to many times people think, oh, it's pandemic, so you're talking about meat. No, this discussion has been there for last 3-4 years. What happened in pandemic, it made highlighted. People knew that the China meat problem is leading to disaster. It's not that these stores and these manufacturers were not aware of that. And I'll tell you one thing what Walmart did. Walmart started using blockchain to track sales of pork in China in 2018 because they were really worried about contamination in all the pork sales. They were thinking that something is going wrong. And they already implemented that. Now you will say, why started from China? Because that's where the biggest problem with all the meat lied, right? So it's not that we were not aware of the problem. We ignored it for short-term benefits. And then we all got consequences of that. And we see that now China is saying, I have nothing to do with that, which is another thing. And we can't do much about that, it seems. Now, let the company see where each piece of meat comes from, each processing and storage step, and the producer's sale by date. So the idea is that you just go and scan and you can get everything. You can get all the details. If there's a product recall, they have a complete disclosure. And you know, when I say China, I'm not saying at all that the whole China. There are some companies. And this is not problem is not isolated to China. Actually, the problem was worldwide problem. You know, all these companies who were doing this short-term thing for their own benefit, everybody was benefiting from that. That's why everybody was quiet because of that. China supplies a lot to both India and the US. And we all were okay with that. We let a lot of these things happen, right? Some of the companies retaliated, what you might have heard about H&M in the recent past. But the whole manufacturing setup has to be rethought. And blockchain can play a very, very important role in that. Now, another thing comes the cold chain monitoring. The cold chain monitoring, basically, the idea that all the food and pharmaceutical, they have some storage need, temperature, humidity, pressure, and all those things. And how do you know that when you are getting, so right now we are talking Pfizer has to be kept at -70 degrees and so on, right? Which is fine. They are storing themselves and they are bringing it. So we all know that it's doing okay. But what about you go and buy a medicine in a store and they say, oh, go and put it in fridge. How do you know they were keeping it in fridge all the way since it is produced? You have no way to know, right? You cannot, we don't have any check at all. So blockchain plays a very important role in that. They can take all these sensors in the real time. If anything deviates, then blockchain will see it. And they have the concept of smart contract, which is nothing else but the automatic code that will trigger if it deviates. And depending on the size of the deviation, the action may be to adjust the storage, or they can even expiry date may change, those kind of things. So, you know, I can talk all about blockchain all day long, but I'll stop and I'll go to the other things as well. But I think both manufacturing and supply chain, I think one of the biggest thing that we are going to see next 5 to 10 years is going to be related to blockchain. So we should not ignore it. As managers, we also look at it very carefully. Second piece is autonomous vehicles. Now, autonomous vehicle is going on many different directions. One is autonomous trucks, which is the biggest push right now. But we also have autonomous cars and we have flying taxis. So we have all three directions going on right now. A flying taxi can be a reality much before we thought, because both Dubai and New Zealand have test-driven that. And Dubai is even thinking to come about 2023, coming that. And they are driverless flying taxis. There are videos on test drive. It's like Uber. You just place the order through app and you get it. And in fact, a lot of those things are backed by Mercedes, and of course Uber is into the game. Google has invested money. Larry Page has invested a lot of money on that. So these are all done. These are not like startups. These are invested by a lot of people. And yes, flying taxi, one of the reasons what Rasmith you're saying is that in countries like India, it may have some reasonable thing, because driverless cars are very, very difficult in India in near future. Trucks can come on highways, but cars are very, very difficult. I don't see the future. In the US roads, it may come by 2025. Already there are a lot of driverless cars running around through Tesla and all. But you can see a lot more by 2025. Although India is not going to see a lot of driverless cars, they may see driverless trucks or flying taxi. But I'll get into especially driverless trucks. And in fact, but the problem is not more complicated, because air traffic control, even though it sounds like a simple thing, it is not as simple. In fact, in my executive MBA class last week, I was talking, and there was one guy who had worked for US Air Force for many years. And he was explaining that how in many countries, the air traffic is not that nicely controlled. And that could be a problem if we go into flying taxi. So even though it sounds good, it has its own challenge. Now, one of the reasons why all these trends we're talking about autonomous vehicles, and autonomous vehicles right now we are calling driverless cars. Now, those who are history buffs, you may know that what we called when cars started, actual cars. Anybody know what was the name of cars? First name of the car when it was launched? Anybody? It was called horseless carriage. Okay. Now think about how innovative we were at that time, right? There's a carriage, it does not have horse. So we call it horseless carriage, right? Now later on it converted to calling car, right? We haven't got any more innovative. We call driverless car, right? So, it's not that we became very smart in next century or so, but I hope we'll come with a better name. I am not a big fan of driverless car. We'll come with some good name, and hopefully some of these guys will come with the better. Right now we have autonomous vehicles and driverless cars. Both are pretty basic, like horseless carriage, but we will have some good name, hopefully. Now, why we see all these things happening, right? Autonomous vehicles, why is this a technology trend in Forbes, Gartner, why everybody's saying? One of the big reasons is that when you look at the logistic cost as a percentage of GDP, this is US data, and it's around 8%. Now, if you look at worldwide data, it's even worse, right? US is one of the best in terms of their percentage of GDP in logistic cost. And of course, India lies here. And I'll tell you the biggest reason here is the inefficiency. The logistics sector in India is highly unstructured, and we lose a lot of money on that. Okay? And there's a lot of low-hanging fruits there just to create a platform and solve that. I see some startups coming, but those who have that bent of mind, you want to start your own thing, I'm telling you, the logistics sector is a one place where a lot of money is lying on the table. So let me show you a very quick thing. And I want to show here what happened. This is 2016. This is the very first time where this driverless truck was taken on road. Right? And after that, there is some action has happened. There's a very short. Yeah, Nikhil, there's no audio in this video. Later on, I will switch on the audio. It is not a typo. They wrote tech by design, take the back. Yeah, there was no audio in there. So now the idea, this is of course has grown beyond that, and why we are talking about that right now. So in whole manufacturing, food sector especially, why food supply were down, because a lot of food processing facilities were down because of COVID. But wherever the food processing facilities were open, those items were not able to be delivered to the store because either the trucking company had shut down, or a lot of places where trucks go through those facilities were shut down and there were not enough drivers. Right? So people are realizing driverless trucks will have a lot of answers to those problems that we have seen. Okay? So clearly, this is the future. Another reason why driverless truck is talked about is because of the cost. And I'm going to get into that in a second. But before that, let's try to understand what will be the impact of this thing on labor market. Now, trucking companies would not need drivers anymore. And this is going next few years, they are trying to move. But however, they will still need someone to monitor the logistics, right? So it's not that the jobs will be completely gone. The skill sets will be different. It's like when we move from, you're not getting any audio from me?
Professor, we are actually getting audio. Chiranjeevi, your audio is not connected. I can see that on the line. So, Professor, we can hear you. Please carry on. To the one person, please go ahead and connect your audio. You have forgotten to do that.
So, now, could you hear, Rashmit, my audio in the video as well? The audio,
not in the video. Not in the
video.
Yeah,
video did not have an audio, and some of the videos have, and I'll bring that on later. So what happened is that, see, when we move from agricultural economy to industrial economy, it's not that we started producing less in agriculture. Actually, we started producing more. But the percentage of workforce moved from 40-50% to 2%, right? When we move from industrial sector to service sector, same thing happens. We are going through the same transition right now. So it's not that people will not have jobs, but they have to retool themselves because our demand is increasing. We'll have a lot more demand, but people will not be driving those. Rather, they will have to retool themselves. That's where I strongly believe the governments, all the policy makers, they have to come into play because many of these sectors who are going to lose jobs, they don't have capability to retool themselves sometimes. Some of them have, but not all. So how can you provide enough resources that they retool? Now, you will always have some part of the workforce who are very resistant to change. And those are the ones who will suffer the most. So the only solution is that keep giving the message that you need to retooling yourself. Otherwise, you will be irrelevant. But we will need a lot of people. In fact, I was talking to HP and they have started this chatbot center to reduce people who can handle many things. So they told that the number of people who are doing chatbot are more than what they eliminated. But the good part is that now they are able to provide a lot more services than earlier. So what I'm telling is that what customers need is increasing. And a lot of this technology will basically make it very good, but does not always mean that we will ask a lot of people to leave. But still, some jobs will be eliminated and replaced by machine. The changing labor market need to produce right talent and redistribute by automation. And that's where the education sector need to come together, government sector need to come together. All of them have to work together. That's the only way this can happen. Now think of the adoption side of these autonomous vehicles. And I'll tell you this, when I say autonomous vehicles, I will go into robotic process automation, which is very closely related concept. We cannot run away from that. It's the reality is going to happen. In India, interestingly, there are more than 10 startups who are working on autonomous vehicles. The difference between India and other countries is that those autonomous vehicle projects are run by startups. In other countries, they are run by big guys like Larry Page and all. So I don't think Indian market is going to compete with them. But the advantage of these startups is that they are running test drives on Indian roads. So by the way, autonomous tractors, that's the one big thing that has a huge potential in India. It's already coming there. So those kind of things will happen. You will not see a lot of cars on the roads, but you will see those on the road. In the car, you know, how do you drive? I have seen those Hyderabad traffic, you know, cars are going on every direction on a light and nothing really happens. Now, it will be hard to train autonomous vehicles for that. But autonomous trucks on highways and autonomous tractors kind of thing, that you will see. Okay. Yeah. The metro is another good place, right? That's the place where you don't have many more variables coming in there, right? So wherever the number of variables are less, you can make that happen. But when the variables are high, it becomes extremely tough. Now think of the delivery, the adoption part of it. In the delivery business, a typical truck driver makes about $40,000 a year, right? Now, this is a rough estimate, but this gives you a good idea. A typical autonomous vehicle will remove the cost from the equation of truck driver. Assuming that a driver is fully utilized and drives most of the year. So autonomous vehicle will cost about $80,000 more. So look at the Tesla autonomous trucks versus regular truck. They have around $20,000 to $80,000 difference. The question is whether delivery company will immediately replace them or not, right? All the logistic companies. Now, if you think like that, if you say, well, it's 80,000 more, and if you're eliminating $40,000, then yeah, 2 years you will replace. But there are other factors, right? Because maybe driver is not utilized fully, you may not utilize the truck fully. Do you really need to run all the time, right? Maybe you don't need to run all the time. So, and right now there are 2 million semi-trucks in the US. Even if you can recover the cost, it will take some time. Nikhil, you brought Indian Railway. They are doing a lot of AI projects. You know, they signed a contract with CISSP on their AI machine learning initiative, and they are certainly want to do that. And I'm involved in actually multiple projects with Indian Railway, where we are trying to do things. So you will see a lot of action things happening at Indian Railway. Actually, they are fully aware of that and they're working on it. And Rashmit brought the point of electric plus autonomous. There is a reason why we talk about them together, because all the technologies are developing together. Whatever you see in autonomous, all is electric for many reasons. One is how technology is being developed. Second, it will be a lot easier to manage. You know, if autonomous is not electric, it is very hard to manage with this gas business and all. So nobody is going autonomous non-electric right now. So you will see that happening at the same time. Now, if you think in the context of India, driver cost is not like US, right? US, I told you, is $40,000 a year. Well, on average, but it is not higher. Actually, some drivers make easily more than $100,000 if they do overtime and so on. But in India, that is a much smaller part of the cost. So that's why in India, you see the ROI is little less, right? So, but then sustainability, what you brought, is an important point. Also, in the long run, actually, India also is seeing driver shortage nowadays, right? There's some recent study, we say that India is not what it used to be, that you have a lot of supply of drivers. So maybe we'll go in that direction and you will see more ROI. But you're going to see that eventually, at least on the trucking sector in India, you will see driverless ones, maybe a little later than the US. But things like flying taxi has potential. But as I told, one of the challenge India has in terms of flying taxi and all is that how to manage air traffic. So we'll see that. Now let me change gear a little bit and go to AI, machine learning, and deep learning. That's where a lot of other actions are also happening. And one of the reasons is that we talk in data about volume, velocity, and variety, which most of you must have seen. But think of the data, and I tried to pull the latest data that they have published and think about it. And you know, a lot of video conferencing, of course, Zoom, thanks to pandemic, we are on Zoom. I saw the Zoom data in 2019, it was very different. But other things are still there, right? Well, you can say, well, Netflix is also thanks to pandemic. But it was there, it was already there. But other things, think about TikTok, Amazon, or Twitter, a lot of data is coming there. And what we are realizing that in manufacturing, all this AI, machine learning and all are going to help us in making better decisions using data science and big data analytics. And it will come everywhere. That's where the whole different code come into place. And this ecosystem, you have to important to understand. AI is there for quite some time. It's not a new thing. Since 1950s, we have AI. What we see more and more is machine learning application. And mostly what we see cutting edge is deep learning algorithms. So, somebody asked, try to explain me what is machine learning. Of course, I can take 10 hours to explain that. But if you want me to explain in 10 seconds, basically you have machine learning type where you tell me that explain how a cube looks like, and next time I see, I will say it is cube. Or you just categorize that this is different from this. That's a unsupervised learning. This is supervised. But where the driverless cars and everything is going is on reinforcement. That's what the future is. We don't see too many applications of reinforcements right now, but I'll tell you, the real future in manufacturing, logistics, supply chain, and almost everywhere else, this reinforcements work, where the idea is that machines can learn that will this go here or will this go here, those kind of things, right? So learn on itself what it really is. You don't give too much data. Without that, autonomous vehicles cannot work. They have to learn all the variables on their own, right? That's a classic example of reinforcement learning. And deep learning is the cutting edge where we are seeing a lot of things where you can identify objects. Those who work on this area, you know all this. Every year we come faster RCNN or mask RCNN or YOLO, and all those things keep coming. And that's where the real future lies. And this is one of the examples I pulled from the actual deep learning algorithm. They do good job. Many times they don't do good job. Like here it says man in black shirt is playing guitar, but look here, a young boy is holding a baseball bat, right? So that's where it got messed up. We have a long way to go. But this is where the future lies. We have to make it better. Otherwise, and everything what we are talking will never be reality. Look at some of the examples. Ticketmaster implemented this AI-based solutions where to combat the ticket fraud. And they have implemented it very nicely. The company built a bigger bot to fight this scalper bots who are taking these prices and all and buy ticket at higher rate. And they have been very successful. Working fewer tickets are ending up on third-party sites. So they are very good with that. There is a skiing company for black diamond equipment, those who are skiers who you may know. They have equipment online from e-commerce, and they use AI to provide personalized recommendation. So they look at all the data, and before you even need, you can do it. There's a lot of car companies are trying to do that. When you go get your car, they will take your data and they will give you what additional features you need based on what you are doing. And you don't wait until checkout. They will predict it, and they are giving it, and they have done their purchases have increased, abandoned carts have decreased. Another one is Spotify used to tailor music according to preference. In 2019, Spotify was really struggling, and they moved to the route of AI. Now they have started doing, their entire business is now based on AI. They allow the site to store more data and access the trends. Spotify now gives a personalized Discover Weekly playlist based on your interest and so on. And they have done a very decent job. Another very interesting example was, those who don't know, WeChat is like everything in China, because China does not have Google or Facebook or WhatsApp. So everything is on WeChat. It's a combination of all those things. And they work with China Merchant Bank, which is one of the largest credit card companies in China. And a lot of their messages are handled through these bots nowadays. And they have, their bot handles 1.5 to 2 million conversations each day now. And they have reduced costs. They have improved, actually. A lot of people like that rather than going there. Google Photos started leveling photo using AI. It leveled photo as customer upload them. And all this social media company, when they were struggling with the algorithm, how to see how people age, right? When people are aging, you cannot detect that. Then they ran this algorithm 10-year challenge to get more data. And thankfully, a customer gave it for free. No customer should have given their images for free for this 10-year challenge. That's a huge mistake from customer side. I keep saying you have to ask for money from Facebook and Twitter before giving this kind of data. They are making a lot of money out of it. You are giving it very cheap. Okay, so never do that. And KFC did a very interesting thing. In Beijing and many other places, they have this place where you show your face and they will give you personalized recommendations. And they are basically not only based on your past data, also based on your facial features. So they even take that data to give you recommendations. Right? In the interest of time, I go till 9 p.m. Rashmi?
Sure, no worries. We'd love to learn more.
Okay, I'll go, or maybe if you want to stop, just let me. Okay, so the Internet of Things started in 90s when a Procter & Gamble manager basically was not able to find a lipstick shade, and he thought that we need to do something about it. That was the origin of IoT, by the way. So, and he started with RFID tags, but then he moved into Internet of Things, which he initially called Internet of Everything. And everything is now these days connected. And now we see that connected homes, wearables, that's where all the manufacturing sector is changing. Connected cities, cars are talking to each other. And there is a lot of money going there. You know, we are talking more than $50 billion in IoT right now. And cars are one place where it's going. And I'm not playing this video, but this video talks about, I'll tell you what exactly it does. You know, when cars get data, okay, let me not get into, I don't know why it's asking me to stop. So car, basically when you're driving car, it will take your data. And based on that data, basically it will give all the data that where your problem is. But it also takes data from all the different cars and send it to manufacturer, and manufacturer can see where to fix problems. That's where the real value of IoT is, where different players can come and connect to each other. So there are a lot of sensors coming, RFID tags. Boeing Dreamliner has more than 1 million RFID tag, which can predict the health of each part. Alibaba in China, they have created this whole division where traffic light control and many things is being done. Now, robotic process automation is a one place which you will see in manufacturing a lot more now. Okay, so I don't know what it is doing with me. So in robotic process automation, I will show you part of these things, and you know these are a lot of nice things happening there. But let me show you one small part of it. What is happening here? Now what I can do very quickly. Let me make sure that you guys can hear part of the sound at least. And these are I'm showing only a part of it, but I want you to keep your eyes open about that. I will switch on the video. Let me go a little.
So what does this mean for the future of the American worker? At one FedEx shipping hub in Memphis, Tennessee, it means working with robot pickers.
FedEx is using these robot arms combined with an AI vision and gripping system in order to one-for-one replace a human who would normally be picking up.
So these are the kind of applications you are seeing in manufacturing right now. The Amazon fulfillment center is full of
the deployment.
Now, another one in manufacturing you will see, and I'll show you some more examples where they're using robots.
One thing to do on the factory floor is just be able to recognize objects. And that's something that only humans could do well until recently.
At IREX, we witnessed a robot handling a task that I, as a human, don't do so well, futzing with one of those pesky tape dispensers. It's among the latest offerings from Yaskawa, one of the world's largest.
We are never very good with, and they can do it better than us, right? So that's where you will see in manufacturing a lot of robotic process automation coming. So I think this is the future, and it will work good for everybody actually. In fact, it will help many businesses. And I'm going to end with Industry 4.0 and 3D printing, and that's I think is the future of manufacturing. And Industry 4.0 comes with a lot of exchange of manufacturing technology. It has a cyber physical stream. So Industry 4.0 comes from IoT, cloud computing, and cognitive computing. Cognitive computing is important. You have to think like human. There's a very famous, I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Imitation Game, which is basically how computers started and all, right? Turing machine and based on Alan Turing's life. If you have not seen, you should watch the movie. Excellent movie, nicely made, true to the life. So what it does, Alan Turing, somebody asked that what is these computers? And basically that was the start of artificial intelligence, right? So he says that, somebody says, that, can it think like human? He told, no, because no two humans think alike. So there's nothing like thinking like human. Question is that can it think? Right? That's the question, right? Because we don't think alike. So can it think? That is the key. And that's what cognitive computing is about. Can it think? Can it make decisions? Can it learn? So Industry 4.0 has 4 things. I'll very quickly talk about that. Data volume is increasing. We have better techniques. We have more human-machine interaction. And more importantly, or one of the key things is 3D printing. And these are the 4 trends that is dealing with Industry 4.0, which is going with smart factory. Let me go over some examples. By the way, those who are interested, go to this Inside Z. This is a company which is working in India on this AI machine learning based solution started by ISB LM. So I've been associated with them from very start. I must have shown it in the class, right? So it's called InsideZZ.com. Go there and then you will find some interesting. So, but many industry, around 48% consider themselves ready for Industry 4.0, but more than half still are not ready for 4.0. So what is going on? If you think of some examples, in African gold mine, they got new data and oxygen level, and using that data, they have fixed the yield. So this is a good example of Industry 4.0. Advanced analytics, you can dramatically improve product development. Automaker data is there. Human-machine interface logistic company NAP AG in Germany, they have made the pickers wear a headset that present vital information in real time. This is the future. The machines can tell you the algorithm and data in the real time, right? And that comes 3D printing. Now, 3D printing, if you really think about it, it started in 1980s. That's when the first thing came. But the real action happened in 90s. Now, I'll give you some examples that you may not know, those who don't follow this. They bring new advances in medicine in 99, started building a lot of parts. In 2002, we made a working kidney from 3D. And then they were made SLS mass customization in thing. In 2008, you made self-replicating printer. It can make printers. So you buy a printer, self-replicate, and maybe return that printer. You know, that's the problem they are thinking. What if you buy a printer, replicate it, and return the original one? What happens then? So we have, in prosthetics, we had a major breakthrough. We made do-it-yourself kits from cells to blood vessels. In 2010s, first 3D printed robotic aircraft, first car came, and then gold and silver, and also prosthetic jaw. And most recently, we have seen a lot of open source projects coming on that. So you're going to see a lot of that. Manufacturing is one big sector, which, these are the industry that are going by different firms. And I will not go too much into that, but one thing I want to talk about, the Boeing and NASA has done a lot of work. Airbus is creating a lot of 3D printed parts. Health industry, it is a big deal right now. I'll skip most of these, but I can tell you that in the future, we will see a lot of consumer application. But what we are waiting for is some killer apps actually. So what we really need is that some killer app come which can connect demand and supply. Okay, that's all we need. And I will end with this one, which is my last thing to show you. And this will show you where 3D printing potential. Than 24 hours. Already they have deployed some in different countries, but somebody printed 3D printed guns also in Texas, as you will expect. So, the lawsuit is going on. They can't print that. So Why is important what we discuss? You need to be competitive. If things go wrong, you will be held responsible. Enron CEO went to jail. So every company needs to worry about those kind of things with data. World is being more connected and there are new opportunities. I'll stop with that. Sorry if I went a little more than your time, Rashmit. But I hope you enjoyed it. Any questions, let me know.
Professor, it was really exciting, and I'm smiling ear to ear right now because I love when examples of technology changing the world come into play. Intervention of technology in sustainability and its connection and utilization to actually changing lives more than just the triple bottom line. So thank you so much for touching on that and closing on that note. Such an insightful session. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one saying that. So thank you so much, Professor. It's like Nikhil says, it's always a pleasure to hear from you, and hearing from you as a bonus. This is exciting as always. Continue sharing your knowledge with us, Professor, and we look forward to such opportunities.
Thank you for having me, Rashmit. It was great seeing many of my students and friends. Okay. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Professor, and to everyone who joined us for the entire conclave. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure you loved the session. Sir, we'll share a recording of this conclave and your session as well with you very soon. And is it okay if I share your LinkedIn credentials for people to connect with you?
Sure. Please do that. Yeah,
amazing. Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And that wraps up our amazing second day with a bang. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you in the next Technology Conclave. Till then, goodbye. See you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.